stand up so that we begin this session. Our dear Heavenly Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, the only wise God, you guide us as we begin this session, and Lord, we praise you because of a wonderful day that you have given to us. We thank you, Lord, as we speak victory for all that is before us, every session, every presenter, if it are possible. Thank you, Lord Almighty. Without you, we can do nothing. That's why we pray. We bless you and honor you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. You may have your seats. Thank you very much. Introduction, so that we may be able to understand who is who, you come from. And for the sake of order, I think we would begin on this side. And we get to flow from here right away like that, and then we go to the other row, the other column, and the other column.
Oh, yes. My name is Emma. I'm from China. Nice to meet you all. Thank you.
It's good that we may stand as you speak. Thank you.
Okay. Emma. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Emma. Hello, everyone. My name is Jeffrey, also from China, and this too, we would like to share our geospatial solutions. Hope that you can.
We develop high-integrity carbon offset projects with some projects in Cameroon and neighboring countries.
Mark Boyd from Dedan Kimathi University of Technology.
Kiremi from Mount Kenya University. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kelvin.
Good morning, colleagues.
Evans Masachi, geology type.
Barrios Boy, I'm Lucky from Xinhua News Agency of China.
Morning, everyone. I'm Rachel Han from.
My name is Byron Anangwe. I come from the private sector.
Conservation Center and also chair of the Wildlife Conservation Trust Fund.
Bonaredi, Information Officer, Nairobi River Commission.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Amos Kiprono from Directorate of Resources.
Good morning. My name is Brian Musili, Water Resources Authority.
Once more, the Department for Mining.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dennis Aloch for mining. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Henry Gandhi from the African.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Njenga from the Director of Resource Service and Remote Sensing.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nicholas Gimel from Directorate of Resource Service.
Good morning. My name is Marcelino Juala from DRSRS.
Good morning, from DRSRS.
Good morning. I'm Damaris. Yes.
Good morning. I am Wanjiko Getao from DRSRS.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Richard Odhiambo.
Good morning. I'm Ezekiel Rono from the RSRS.
Good morning, everyone. DRSRS, thank you.
Thank you very much. You can also add what you do. Let us also understand just a statement about yourself.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm a geospatial engineer at the Directorate of Resource Surveys and Remote Sensing.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Winston Liech. I'm a student at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, and also the Youth Mappers President of JQuad chapter. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Awori Mark, a student of GIS, Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Ferdinand Nabiswa from Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology. 2 levels. 1, as Chair Board of Partnerships and Collaboration, the Division of Planning, Research and Innovation, and also and in marine assistance. Thank you.
Habari za asubuhi. My name is Peter Kitheka from the Government Delivery Services, formerly PD. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ahoid Isaac.
Yeah, good morning. My name is joining DRSRS.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Rory Hunter. I'm a nature-based solutions specialist.
Good morning, all. My name is Paul Murage. The position of Assistant Director, Academic Affairs at the Regional Training Center of Metro.
Cities lead. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm an Assistant Director, Government Delivery Services.
Good morning. And Dr. Boit is my lecturer. Yeah.
Mr. David Kema from the Directorate of Resource Surveys at Remote
Good morning. My name is Lucy Gino from DRSRS, majoring in GIS and databases.
Morning, everybody. I'm Captain John Wadu, pilot DRSRS.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Esro Notero from DRSRS, in charge of training.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jotham Mayanga. I'm a natural resource scientist from DRSRS.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Rispa Mutuku. I'm the Spatial developer and front-end engineer at Locate IT. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Geoffrey Ochieng from Directorate of Resource Surveys and Remote Sensing section.
Internet Supermap.
DRSRS. Good morning. My name is Lucy Gitonga, DRSRS. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jeanette Nyomili.
Yes.
So thank you for those introductions. I believe we have not missed. As we continue, we will engage and know each other much better. So thank you very much and have a very wonderful morning. Invite okay. Take us further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Applause for. Yeah. So the delegates, they just to announce that the guest of honor has just arrived. So I think you are seeing some movements here and there. It's for us to receive him to the podium. But I also want to make this announcement again that we have directors from state agencies like I've seen Water Resource, World Resource Institute. Some representative from the World Resource Institute. Okay. Then we have lecturers from universities. Dr. Boyd, maybe if you could maybe join us in the front. Yeah. Kindly, please, if you have any other directors, we have seats reserved for directors. Kindly. And I also want to repeat that for those of you who will be making presentations after the tea break, please upload them on the laptop for logistical arrangement, kindly. So let me just highlight one or two things. That and then we'll also have a speech from the guest of honor. Agreement between DRSRS and Supermap and issuance of certificate. A chance to interact with the officers from DRSRS and Supermap. So kindly have time to interact with the officers during your tea break or your. Also, in the afternoon, Supermap will also be exhibiting some of the new technological innovations that have developed. We have a room that is just on your right when you walk out of the conference hall. So in the afternoon, they'll be demonstrating some of the innovations that have state of the art after lunch break. Maybe Jeffrey? So innovations, yes, innovations. I just want him to highlight so that when you visit him, he'll be able to explain.
Yes, so hello. Yeah, actually, later on we'll also prepare a live demonstration. We'll prepare, we'll deploy our laptop, and I think if you are interested, you can come to that meeting room just to try and to test our software, and also we would like to share our solutions with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Also, just to mention, is that we have links on other platforms so that they can participate in the event. So the session will also we'll have the first keynote speech being presented by Gerald Boga, Director, Delivery. After that, we'll have also another keynote speech for building capacity and synergy in government for accelerated economic transformation.
If you can proceed and come with your tea to the room, open this session. We have a long way to go.
The preliminaries of this meeting, but because now that the chief guest is with us here, it will only be fair that we still do the introduction so that he also gets to one who was leading that. I can see you have a lot of attachment to the tea, but just divorce for a few minutes. But of course, the prayer we had already done, so I think the bit we need to do is just the introduction.
We can do it very fast from this side.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Emma. I'm from. You can enjoy today's workshop. Thank you very much.
This conference. Thank you.
I am the director, Kenya.
Good morning once again. I'm Dr. Josephine Kiremi, a lecturer from Mount.
I'm a student at Mount Kenya University.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Evans Muchoi.
Good morning. Geologist Evans Masachi, the host of the.
Good morning, Edward Kimani from Anafa Africa.
Lucky from Xinhua News Agency.
Morning again, it's Rachel Han from Xinhua News. Thank you.
Information and remote sensing.
Good morning, Lucy Warenge, African Conservation Center, and generally the civil society conservation work.
Good morning, I am Brian Musili from Water Resources.
Good morning, my name is Wekese Elias Oebi from the Department for Mining, Joint Information and Management Officer.
My name is Dennis Ombio from State Department for Mining, GIS Officer.
Good morning, I'm Henry Gandhi, a research fellow at the African Conservation Center. Thank you.
Resource scientist, director of resource service and remote sensing. Good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Linda Kadhambi from Map Infotech.
Good morning. My name is Arnold Kiri from.
Good morning. I'm Victor Wamoya from.
Good morning. I'm Patricia Mwangi from Kenyatta University. I'm glad to be here.
Good morning, Damaris, DRSRS.
Good morning, Wanjiku from DRSRS, Geospatial Data Management Officer.
Good morning, my name is Richard Odhiambo, a Geospatial Officer from DRSRS.
Good morning, my name is Ezekiel Rono, ICT Officer, DRSRS.
Good morning, my name is Thailine Kipto. I'm from Esri, Eastern Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, Alphonse Mutuko, DRSRS Software Developer.
Good morning, my name is Robert Kimtai. I'm from Directorate of Resource Services and Remote Sensing, GIS Officer. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Peterson Chepkilot. I'm a geospatial engineer at the Directorate of Resource Surveys and Remote Sensing.
Good morning, I'm Winston Liech from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology.
Good morning, I'm Awori Mark, a student at Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Dr. Ferdinand Nabiswa from Masinde Muliro University of Technology, representing partnerships and collaborations.
And good morning. My name is Peter Kitheka from the Government Delivery Services. I'm the sector lead for infrastructure. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Zacharias Takwahoidi. I'm a geophysicist at the State Department for Petroleum.
Good morning. I'm Geoffrey Ochieng from Directorate of Resource Surveys and Remote Sensing.
Good morning. I'm Steve Omondi, Foxcraft Africa, GS Applications.
Good morning. My name is George Wanjala from Mamiland, Africa. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Hassan Ibrahim Ahmed from National Drought Management Authority, Information Department.
Good morning. I'm David Jorogi, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mr. David Keama, Directorate of Resource Surveys and Remote Sensing, Ground Surveys Division.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Rispa Mutuku. I'm the GIS developer and front-end engineer at Locate IT. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jotham Mayanga. I'm a natural resource scientist from DRSRS.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Nderito Dhuku, GIS and remote sensing student from the Dan Kimathi University of Technology.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Caroline Wangashi Mureithi from Kenyatta Towers Agency. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Engineer Innocent Adagala. I'm an Assistant Director working in Government Delivery Services.
Good morning. My name is Lucy Gino from DRSRS.
Good morning. My name is Engineer Butichi Hamisi, working with the Government Delivery Services as Deputy Director.
Good morning. My name is Helen Wanjohi. I work for the World Resources Institute, leading our work on resilience for African cities. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is still remains Paul Morage, a climate scientist working with the Kenya Meteorological Department, holding the position of in charge of academic affairs.
Morning. I'm Ezra Notero from DRSRS in charge of training.
Morning. I'm Captain Wadu, pilot DRSRS.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Charles Situma, Cabinet Office, and now rejoining DRSRS.
So thank you.
So thank you, MCA. First of all, now, as you can see, we have a multidisciplinary participation in this conference, where we have various delegates from key government institutions and the private sector and academia. I would like to request the Deputy Director, George, to welcome the Director. Okay.
Good morning. Our chief guest, Secretary of Finance and Administration, Mr. Tom Nyamurata, the Director, DRSRS, Dr. Moses Akali, President of Supermap, His Excellency Roger Wong, senior government officials here present, our partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is George Ngugi, Deputy Director from DRSRS. It is my humble duty today to introduce the Director, DRSRS, Dr. Moses Akali, to give his opening remarks. But before I do that, I would like to thank you all for honoring this invitation to attend the Geospatial Information Software Technology Conference, jointly organized by DRSRS and Supermap. It is my hope that this conference will continue to build networks and synergies among stakeholders in Earth observation technologies to inform policy and decision-making for our country. With these few remarks, let me introduce the Director, DRSRS, Dr. Moses Akali, to make his opening remarks. Welcome, sir.
Okay, thank you, George. I would make some very brief remarks and then finally invite our chief guest, who would then be able to preside over the official opening of this conference. The chief guest, who is the Principal Administrative Secretary in the Office of the Executive. Oh, okay, fine. Sorry. So I was saying that the chief guest, who is the Principal Administrative Secretary in the Executive Office of the President, under the purview of the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service, Mr. Arthur Osia, that is ably represented by the Secretary of Administration and Finance, Mr. Tom Nyamorata, the President of Supermap International, who is also with us here, and he doubles as the Vice President of Supermap Group, His Excellency Roger Wang, the Supermap representative of the Europe and Africa region, Mr. Gordon Yu, representatives from the Office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, representatives from the Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary of the Republic of Kenya, distinguished guests, directors drawn from various government agencies, chief executive officers, chairs from state corporations, academia, private sector, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, DRSRS is domiciled at the Executive Office of the President. And we know that we've been having this discussion among government entities and the private sector on the need for us to be able to create platforms and fora where we can be able to exchange, find a way of leveraging on our unique capability, government entities and private sector as well as the academia. And for us, this is one of the avenues through which we can then be able to realize this. I want to say that we have made it deliberate to reach out to and just being able to work together, and Supermap software, and therefore DRSRS and Supermap Software Company Limited wish to invite all of us for this data analysis and 3D modeling for sustainable development in Kenya and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference affirms and we hope that we'll then be able to enhance our capacities in terms of training, in terms of applications of GIS and remote sensing, and being able to mainstream this technology in government, in Earth observation, GIS and remote sensing, from software and service provider. The director wishes to leverage on its expertise and innovations to enhance capacity shall be preceded by a GIS training at DRSRS premises, which is scheduled training. And therefore, finally, I wish now to take this opportunity to humbly request our chief guest, who is the Principal Administrative Secretary in the Executive Office of the President, to address this gathering and officially open this conference. Thank you, sir. Karibu.
The president of Supermap, invited guests, colleagues, good morning. As you have been told, my name is Tom Nyamorata. I am the Secretary of Administration in the Executive Office of the President, which is the Office of the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service. I am here on behalf of the Principal Administrative Secretary, who is also the Deputy of the Head of Public Service, who is away on other official duties. Let me welcome everybody here for this very important occasion. Technology, as you all understand, is what can take us to the next level. the faster our development agenda can be. Doubling as the Vice President of Superman Group, His Excellency from the Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary of the Republic of Kenya, distinguished Chief Executive Officers, chairs from state corporations. It is my esteemed pleasure to stand before you, this Superman Software Company Limited, for their 2023 Supermap GIS Innovation and Application Opportunity to interact and deliberate on how we can leverage on geographic economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, GIS is a multidisciplinary tool that brings together information and geospatial data and portrays important information geographically. Innovations towards provision of sustainable impact assessment tools for environmental, social and economic, environment and climate change, forestry, economic and social geosystems, transport and infrastructure, tourism, energy systems, agriculture, rural resources. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my hope that in addressing the above mentioned thematic areas, we aim at strengthening the institutional capacity on utilization of space-driven diverse needs for natural resource management, planning, and monitoring. I am happy to first composition of experts drawn from various state departments, private sector, and the private sector advocates for enhancement of societal challenges we face today. The government of Kenya continues to support such initiatives, which are DSRS has supported my office and the national government at large. Number one, as you are aware, as the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, rolled out an ambitious to plant 15 million trees across the 47 counties in Kenya by the year 2032. The tree cover from the current 12% to 30% and largely as a climate in real time and space. The DRS contribute to the development of GIS application that is currently disseminating data on the status of tree growing in the country, public service foreign travel application, termed foreign travel, in short, FOTIMS, which now offers timely and accurate information on the status of overseas travel by the civil servants. This innovation that upon conclusion and when fully operational, a rich database shall now be hosted, making in office and foreign travels. Thirdly, and not the least, as a follow-up and monitoring tools. To achieve this, I appreciate the role of GIS in provision of attribute data on spatial. The Director of Resource Survey and remote sensing has also come in handy in developing a robust application named to the Office of the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service. These are just a few examples. That's why I told you at the beginning, these are very important department in the Executive Office of the President. These staff are harnessing GIS and geospatial technology local institutions in the realization of these core mandates. Ladies and gentlemen, in my brief interaction with the President of Supermap International, Roger Wang, seated here with me, he has pointed out some of the key times, namely the BIT-DC technology, which encompasses distributed GIS as well as cross-platform GIS, which will enable the government of Kenya to construct urban planning, cadastral mapping, natural resource management, I believe by integrating remote sensing data, processing, and interpretation capabilities into our GIS technologies, Supermap will enable more efficient application of geospatial data, especially remote sensing data, in solving issues in our areas of concern, such as agriculture, food security, natural disaster monitoring and management, climate change, and carbon emission control. With our ambitious training program and technical support, I am confidently convinced that Supermap will greatly contribute to our capacity building in terms of GIS, software applications, and the development of practical. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, the Kenya Kwanza and technological advancement through innovation solutions across all sectors in the country. This is towards the realization of its short and long-term development goals, including the bottom-up transformation agenda, PETA. I am pleased to learn that the two institutions are working closely towards achieving this objective through integration of GIS-based solutions and remote sensing analysis as a standalone platform for accelerated spatial data dissemination. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a need to embrace the role of Earth observation, that's EO, in informing government policies, national development agenda goals, and strategy plan for that national and county government through integration of satellite-derived products, GIS and remote sensing technologies in fulfillment of institutional core mandates. Having a unified platform and focal point agency that will facilitate integration of geospatial technology in government mainstream development is critical. This is where the role of DRSRS shall continue to support the Director of Remote Survey and Remote Sensing towards the realization of this noble cause. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been predicted in advance through remote sensing and other globally accepted scientific methods. Until January 2024, affecting millions of livelihoods, the environment, infrastructure, and food security. The last time Kenya experienced such a condition was in 2006, and the worst El Nino season occurred in 1997, when some of us were young. Through scientific approaches and application of remote sensing technology, the government of Kenya is in the process of laying out strategic interventions to address this calamity. The collaboration between DSRS and Supermap, therefore, presents an opportunity towards formulation of informed decisions for intervention and mitigation through GIS simulation, where, but in contrast, identify some of the associated devastating plugged into so as to address some of the societal challenges being the experts drawn from the water, irrigation, and agriculture sectors through rainwater harvesting techniques could solve almost 70% of the perennial post-water shortage associated with challenges normally experienced after El Nino. Remote sensing and the GIS plays the equivocal in identifying areas of conservation and in supporting sustainable resource. Housing and settlements is one of the 5 pillars of the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Better. GIS and remote sensing has the potential to unlock and improve urban planning by providing information on transport, infrastructure, demographics, to services, land use, and new development by informing the government the spatial at the national and the county levels. I'm looking for, ladies and gentlemen, as I make my conclusion, this is my training by Supermap planned for tomorrow, that's 2023, at the DRSR's premises will provide an opportunity for networking, interaction, and building of synergies amongst the stakeholders. This is towards enhancing the uptake and the deployment of GIS innovations and modern geospatial solutions in addressing socio-economic challenges. I wish you a fruitful deliberation, and now declares the 2023 PSRS/Supermap Joint GIS Software Innovation Conference officially opened. Thank you very much. As we said, we wish you a fruitful deliberation.
A round of applause for our chief guests. Thank you so much, sir, for now giving us the green light to be able to proceed with the program as planned. At this point, sir, allow me to take this chance to invite President of Supermap International, His Excellency Roger Wang. And I was just trying to check Chinese. I want to hope that we'll have a mechanism for interpretation. Gordon, I hope that is in place? Sure. Okay, fine. Roger, welcome. Thank you.
尊敬的肯尼亚总统府行政秘书长 Tom Nyamlata 阁下，尊敬的肯尼亚资源测绘与遥感局长 Musi Kali 阁下，尊敬的各位朋友，大家上午好。
Your Excellency, Mr. Tom Nyamlata, Secretary Administration of the Office of the President of Kenya. Your Excellency, Dr. Moses Akali, Director of the Department of Resources Serving.
能在肯尼亚内罗毕与大家见面，并为本次超图肯尼亚巡展活动做开幕致辞。这是我第4次来到内罗毕。这座城市不仅有高楼大厦、车水马龙，还有白云蓝天、鸟语花香，更有辽阔的大草原和勤劳热情的人们，这些都是令我印象深刻的。作为肯尼亚乃至东非的经济中心，今天在这里我们讨论 GIS 赋能当地的经济发展的最佳场所。我相信从丰硕成果也将传播到世界各地。
It is a real honor for me to be here with you in the ceremony of the 2023 Supermap. City of Nairobi does not only possess tall buildings, busy streets, place for us to talk about adopting GIS to empower socio-economic development. I hope that we.
如 Tom 先生所说，肯尼亚在住房保障、粮食安全、经济与社会的建设、旅游、能源安全、农业、农村、城市化等领域均有。2周以前，也就是我上一次来到内罗毕，我也走访了资源填图中心 RCMRD、肯尼亚测绘与填图学院 KISM、肯尼亚测绘局 SOK、国家地理委员会NLC、肯尼亚航天局 KSA。我发现他们在国土测绘、地级管理、资源监测管理、地球观测数据应用、地理信息、教育培训等方面都面临了不少的挑战，这些都是我们的 GIS 应用提供了独特的重要的应用场景。
Kenya is a major economy in East Africa, and as His Excellency Dr. Tom just mentioned, Kenya has ambitious plans in terms of housing and shelter, food security, environment, and climate change. forestry, economic and social ecosystems, natural conservation, transport and infrastructure, tourism, energy systems, agriculture, rural resources, and urban growth, and etc. 2 weeks ago, during my last visit to Nairobi, I visited the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development, Kenya Institute of Surveying and Mapping, Survey of Kenya, National Land Commission, and the Kenya Space Agency. They have achieved lots of progresses in land surveying, cadastral management, natural resources monitoring and management, application of Earth observation data, geospatial education and training. In the meantime, they are also faced with challenges. All this would provide important and unique application scenarios for Supermap GIS.
超图此前与肯尼亚众多的机构建立了合作关系，包括当地比较有影响力的大学和公司。今天我们将与 DRSRS 签署合作协议。DRSRS 是肯尼亚总统府直属机构，其职责是应用现代遥感与空间技术，面向肯尼亚自然资源与监控，为肯尼亚的政府在可持续发展领域提供决策依据。超图将与 DRSRS 一起为和用户提供超图领先的 GIS 产品技术。与 DRSRS 的合作将成为超图提供扎实的平台、更好的服务，为肯尼亚政府机构、大学、研究机构、公司，从而支持肯尼亚的经济发展。
Supermap has managed to establish partnership relationships with a number of Kenyan agencies, including influential universities and companies. Today, Supermap will enter into a collaborative agreement with DRSRS, a government agency under the Office of President of Kenya. The mission of DRSRS is to apply modern remote sensing and geospatial technologies in assessment, mapping, and monitoring of resources in Kenya, while upholding efficiency in its assimilation to support sound decision-making for sustainable development. We believe that we are a perfect match, and this partnership will serve as a solid platform for Supermap to better support the socio-economic development of Kenya by providing her cutting-edge technologies and extraordinary services to the government agencies, universities, institutions, and companies.
GIS 也就是地理信息系统，彻底改变了我们的感知、分析与空间数据交换的方式。它已成为无数行业的不可或缺的工具。AI 大模型的出现，给空间智能带来更广阔的应用前景。空间智能 （Geospatial Intelligence） 简称 GI， 代表的是 GIS 行业为整个 IT 产业带来的价值。而作为全球领先的 GIS 公司，我们也在不断地融合包括人工智能在内的 IT 新技术，持续不断地提供我们的技术能力，来提升我们的技术能力。
GIS has completed change our ways of perception, analysis, and interaction with geospatial data. It has become an indispensable tool for multiple sectors of the world. The emergence of AI foundation model has brought much more enormous applications prospect of geospatial intelligence. Geospatial intelligence, shortly known as GI, represents the value brought about by the GIS industry to the whole IT industry. As a world-leading GIS company, Supermap is also constantly integrating new IT technologies such as AI technologies, to elevate our technical capabilities.
除了 AI 之外，3D GIS 也进入了全速发展的一个阶段。经过20年的沉淀，它已经从一种单一的可视化技术发展成为了既中看又中用，能支撑业务管理的关键技术。2D 与3D 的一体化 ，BM 加 GIS、游戏引擎加 GIS、Web 3D 等各种应用已趋于成熟。因此，如何利用这些先进的技术赋能企业信息化、数字化转型，进一步带动我们的经济发展，是我们需要共同关注的话题。
Apart from AI GIS, the development of 3D GIS technology is also at its full wing. After 20 years of development of accumulation, 3D technology is no longer simply a visualization technology. Instead, it has become a key technology that combines visualization, 3D analysis, and business management system. Major thematic technologies such as 2D and 3D integration, BIM and GIS, game engine and GIS, Web 3D have all grown and become major. Therefore, our next topic will be how to apply these cutting-edge technologies to empower the information and digital transformation, and thus push forward the socio-economic development.
2023超图地理信息创新与应用巡展不仅仅是技术展示的平台，也是我们互相交流、共同进步的平台。本次巡展活动在泰国、菲律宾、印度尼西亚、墨西哥、肯尼亚共有5场分活动。在此之前圆满地结束了菲律宾、印度尼西亚、泰国和墨西哥。在结束的活动中，我们迎来了超过800余名的与会嘉宾，共同见证了超图与一系列的合作伙伴和用户达成了深入的合作。11月17号，我也是刚刚在墨西哥成功的举办了巡展活动。我之前是从墨西哥飞到了咱们现在的肯尼亚内罗毕。我希望呢是通过本次活动，我们能够与肯尼亚更多的用户和合作伙伴进行交流，找到合作的切合点，更好的为肯尼亚的经济社会发展提供超图的地理智慧。也希望通过我们的专业交流，能够未来带动中国和肯尼亚之间的更多的往来，有更多的在座的朋友能够到访中国，了解中国的发展。
The 2023 Supermap GIS Innovation and Application Workshop is a platform not only for technical demonstration, but also for professional exchange and joint progress. We have planned 5 sessions worldwide, including Thailand, the Philippines, Indonesia, Mexico, and Kenya. In the previous 4 events, we have welcomed more than 800 guests and participants. A number of collaborations have been closed with our partners and users. On 17th November, just 5 days ago, we successfully closed our Mexico version of the event. And that's where I was before I come to Nairobi. It is my sincere hope that we can have interesting and frank discussion with our users and partners here in Kenya to find our matching points for cooperation, and thus support the socio-economic development of Kenya with the geospatial intelligence of Supermap. It is also my hope that our communication today would result in more communication between China and Kenya, so that we would welcome you in the future to Supermap headquarters in China, to know more about Supermap and to see more about development of China.
我邀请大家参与、学习和分享，开启这次激动人心的旅程，与各位伙伴朋友们一道 我们共同创造一个地理和技术融合的未来，构建一个联系更加紧密、更加有韧性、充满无限可能的世界。在此，衷心的祝与超图软件集团合作协议的签署仪式成功举办。Thank you very much.
I sincerely invite everyone present here to actively participate, study, and to share in this event. With all our joint efforts, I believe we would be able to create a future that integrates geography and technology, and thus to establish a world that's more efficient, more closely connected, and with far more possibilities. I wish full success to the 2023 Supermap GIS Innovation and Application Workshop in Kenya, as well as the signing ceremony of the collaborative agreement with Supermap between Supermap and the DRSRS. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Roger. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, we're moving to the next small activity that won't take us a lot of time. And so I want to hope that the team is ready here. We have, sir, made a decision that we want to formalize our working arrangement with the Supermap for the next 1 year. And that is basically a collaborative arrangement that's very specific on the issues that we want to deal with. But most importantly, looking at how we can be able to leverage on their unique capabilities for purposes of training and enhancing our skills to be able to discharge our duties. So therefore, we'll have the signing of the collaborative agreement, which will then be followed by a presentation of gifts for our chief guest. And then I would want to say that after that, we'll all of us walk out there for take our health break so that we can take tea, and then we get back to the program immediately after that. So thank you so much. Vincent and the team, you can exactly how that's going to be done.
Thank you, Director. We'll have a brief ceremony where the Director of Resource Survey and Remote Sensing and Supermap will be signing a collaborative agreement, which will also be preceded by issuance of a certificate by Supermap. So, ladies and gentlemen, witness the ceremony, and that for those of you maybe who want to capture the photos, you can move in front because it will be done from here. So thank you. Guest of honor, sir, kindly will just preside over the ceremony for the Department of Resource Survey and Processing and Supermap as they enter into a collaborative agreement. Thank you, sir. the President of Supermap issuing the certificate for DRSRS. Okay. Then also you can exchange the CA. You can exchange the CA. So thank you very much, the President Roger. They have some present for the guest of honor and the director. Madam Rema, please hand out. So you'll give the guest of honor. Okay. Okay.
这是一个刚才那个中国的建盏，中国有一句老话叫"推杯"，是金砖五国在中国厦门的会议期一个礼物，同样的一个礼物，所以今天拿到这边来送给两位先生。
Okay, just one more word about the gift. We call it porcelain glass, which is very popular, especially in ancient times, among the noble people. So in China, we have one saying: we need to exchange glasses and jianzhan to make better partnership and also have a better cooperation. So this is also actually the kind of gift that our president was giving to all the distinguished guests during the BRIC meeting in Xiamen 2 years ago. So actually, it's also a national gift of China. We hope that this will bring us great luck to our partnership.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Christopher Nassar will be proceeding for a group photo. Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, group photo will be taken just in front of the tent. There's a banner that we have erected where we are going to take the group photo. So, Christopher Nassar will join the delegates for the group of photo. Director? Okay, thank you. So we can, immediately after the group photo, we'll proceed for a cup of tea, and then we shall reconvene for our session on presentations. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. blueprint, Vision 2030, of enhancing and maintaining the forest cover at.
As mentioned during the opening speech, the director also is, so towards this, the directorate has developed monitoring activities across the country. So we are also actually deploying remote sensing, and so this is an app that has been developed together with KFMI, amongst others. So this is an app that has been developed together with KFMI, amongst other institutions.
Data collection, so that they can Marsabit, Kisumu area, and maize. So we have classified the counties into those regions. We have the western region. Under that also we have landslide risk mapping. These are actually a geohazard mapping for disaster reduction and response. So we have identified the country. This information is also collected on a basis, but also the department anchored this in its work plan and performance contract that we are able of population distribution. Again, also we develop what we call a trend analysis to be able to see whether the species are declining or increasing for planning purposes.
There's a car is needed outside. If that is KCR 9 for myself, my name is Rehema Boke from DRSRS and Natural Resource. Gordon, you to come to do your talk for the overview of Supermap and the product and services.
Solutions. So I believe a lot of you that knows that where the GIS platform software work with a lot of partners who provide remote sensing data, 2D maps, street view, oblique for colorimetry data, and laser points. So the idea is that we have a platform that can integrate multi-source data so that we can develop serve the different sectors, mostly in most cases, the big enterprise. Also, in some cases, also serve the army. So you see at the top of this chart, there are a lot of sectors. You know, you cannot name all of them. Basically, we can say almost all sectors of the so that's where we are. Basically, we are a provider of GIS software by, about the founders. So Dr. Zhong Ershun, he was the founder of Supermap Group. He retired from last year. He was also a researcher of sciences. The gentleman to the right side is called Dr. Song Guanfu. Actually, we call him, he want to better known as Michael Song. So he's now the chairman and president of both Supermap Group. Actually, this is the gentleman who write the first line of code of Supermap softwares, and the whole system of our products is solely written. So a quick idea, we were established in 1997. Immediately, 3 years after, we have Supermap Japan. We are still prevailing in the Japanese market, well accepted by the This is the company that hosts our business, the international business. We were listed in the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. In the year 2015, we become the largest provider of GIS platform software. Extent is due to our in China. We are based in Beijing, and we in the year a new R&D center in the city of Chengdu. I think this one, most of our colleagues are from. And actually, the majority of our people, especially the R&D center, is now in the western city of Chengdu. The buildings in the central city of Xi'an and Wuhan. And across the country, we have another, now we're good, yeah. Actually, more than above 3,000 are technical oriented. So we can say, so investing a lot in R&D every year. So out of China, globally, we tend to work with a partner, and now in the case of Kenya, we are working, starting our cooperation with DRSRS, and globally we have partners in more than 40 countries, users in more than 100 countries, and we are having more than 1,000 partners, and we still believe that it's not enough, and we are working very hard to expand this. Yeah, so we work with a lot of eco-partners. I think most of the major players in the industry, like Oracle, IBM, and Airbus, exactly. We are also having a lot of partnership with them. This is also very closely linked with the event today. It is an event. It was the GTC 2023. So I can say that, of course, in China and also in Asia, basically we are having 10,000 participants on site, not only in this conference hall, but also with the exhibition. It is fully supported and sponsored by Supermap, government agencies, and also partners in China. I'm mentioning this during GTC, we have one international forum, which is on the increase, developing very rapidly, year by year, recently. This some of the moments from this year. So the idea is that international, guests or international professional fellows of exchange, and basically everybody present in this event. So I would like to say welcome to the GTC. Okay, thank you. Okay, so my boss, Mr. Roger, mentioned several events before Kenya. So just for your quick idea, some pictures. We were naming the 3 events in Asia after GTC, so we're calling them GTC in Indonesia, in the Philippines, in Thailand, and also in Mexico, of organizing this kind of event out of my country. During the pandemic, a lot of online activities, and this is the first year that we are organizing an event like this. So that's why I was also saying to our partner that this is going to be a very, very beginning, and we are going to have many more beautiful events together, and also more concrete communication in the future. Okay, so Roger said that it's his 4th time here, and actually for me it's the 3rd time. And before the pandemic, we were also having some of our colleagues visiting Kenya. So we did talk to quite a few organizations here, and mostly I think we were focusing on the universities. We were talking to the University of Nairobi, the Technical University of Kenya. We were present in the G-Stay activities. Yeah, so just for you to have some idea, and we were doing something. We are happy to be at this event, and it will be a completely new beginning. So Supermap as a company, actually, the whole product system is also named after Supermap. Supermap is also a GIS software platform. I'm sure it will not impress you a lot, this chart. Number one, it's a full system of software, so we call it a complete system of cloud, edge, and system. So at the center of this this chart, you see we have the GIS cloud products, map iPortal. We're creating portals for visualization, for web. online. So these make up the cloud product family. And we do have also product, and I think tomorrow we are going to have the tablet, and it's you know, brothers and sisters. Yeah. And also we have the Supermap and, you know, GIS for web, and you know, for these products, correspondingly, we have at desktop, it's you know, based on Supermap I object, and for web development, we have Supermap iClient visit. So I'm sure this will not impress you that much because it's very complicated. I will leave it for my the technical part. But let me just try to highlight some of the products that you know, that is new. This is actually the latest product that we are working on, and integration between remote sensing and GIS. So a quick idea about why we are doing that and how we are doing that. So on the one hand, you know, we are expecting that the remote sensing and GIS should be close to each other. But in reality, there are a lot of data from a remote sensing software. So you might want to manage it in a GIS platform. You might want to position either in a GIS software or a remote sensing software. So with the separation of two softwares, you might be confronted with the question, like you need to have frequent conversion of data. And also you need to shift from one software to another between our remote sensing and GIS functionalities in remote sensing software, or the other way around. So the idea is that the GIS platform software in our GIS softwares. Yeah. So that's the idea. Remote sensing processing the you know, software. Professional version is a beta version, so that means it's not you know, commercial purpose. And now December we are going to formally launch this product. It's called remote sensing image. We will be having the whole system of remote sensing plus GIS softwares. And now we are having this Supermap image. So it's in two forms. Either you know, we clip it as a separate software, or you will find Supermap at desktop. So this is what it looks like. So this is the interface of Supermap at desktop, and much more information, not only in the presentation, but also later on in the you know, soon in our. Yeah, so this is you know, data production. You stop in the DOM, and now we also automate the process. You know, after you produce the DOM, and then automatically we can automate one of the examples, and just for you to have some idea and you know where to focus, where to pay attention when you have. And T represents 3D, and 3D is something that really we are proud of, where we GIS is about, you know, distributed, you know, deployment of the, you know, softwares, but also like other systems, like especially Linux-based systems. A lot of government agencies about 3D, because this is the part that you know, we feel like sharing more. So yeah, number one is to source data, 3D data, terrain oblique photogrammetry, building information modeling, field data. A pipeline exactly. It's about, you know, 3D analysis. So here just a few of them, and openness, skyline, shadow body. Mostly it's more related to the you know, like that. Yeah, and also in terms of visualization, we can you know, have display in multi-terminal, in web and in mobile, and you can see from VR devices and also from the AR side. Yeah, so here are some of the 3D idea. You know, it's about visualization, making things look beautiful. Yeah, and yes, we do have a lot of applications. Actually, yeah. So what is 3D related to what we can bring is the flood. Yeah. So one of the functionality that about the effect. So the idea is that you know, this kind of analysis functionalities can help you know, identify in the case of a city. Yeah. This of a city. Yeah. This, and also the and also the that is very key to agriculture and to major sectors. Yeah. So this is another. There are government policies saying that there is a red line that you cannot cross, and there can be some about the whole product system and the technology of Supermap. And I'm sure you will hear more. We start from capacity building, like what we are doing today and tomorrow. Yeah. And also, based on this, we will also try to select talents, qualified professionals for more agencies and through this partnership with the DRSRS. And we will also be interested in doing public reach that level. We will be also to private companies. Anyway, so I hope that you get.
Yeah, that's the way technology is moving. And I'm glad that you say through the GIS technology and user cases. And we had to connect technology online to talk to the
what kind of technology can be used for different product interface. And also at the last part, I prepare a demo video that methods to do the GIS analysis. Then the second part will be the geodecision. And also we can analyze the data from some, can also provide us the city modeling. You can see from this application, this is the air pollution. Then we do the interpolation based on it of this data. We can also generate the 3D grid. This is one of the format that Supermap released analyze the air pollution situation. So this one we use the building data to do the interpolation. Then we can do the historical checking, or we can do the mentioned before for the voxel grid. We can also use this model to analyze the we call it sunshine analysis, 2 buildings, because we don't want to the shadow blocked by the global level. Because as we know, GIS is more better for the big scale, especially for the area, the country level or the global level. So this is an application. If we overlay with the global shipping data, then we can easily to know which route will be the additional. But here recently, because in some application, so this is the interface of our Supermap IDA. You can use this. Let me play it again. You can use this system to build the we do have this multi-source data integration upgrade to the raster and also all the vector data application for the BIM, the building information modeling. You can think about it if you only use the BIM data in some architecture software, you cannot get the surrounding environments. So here, if you input in GIS system, you can add with the satellite imagery. And especially for the civil engineering domain, you can see this is, if we want to build a new bridge here, you have the designing data. So before you build it in different terminal, because as you know, mobile application. So this is uses in mobile application. And for the real-time situation for the hydrology power station, and also calculate the exact geospatial data, geospatial analysis results. Then we can, the system can assist the manager to do some. So our final goal is to do the auto control the geolocation or geospatial analysis. So for what we can provide. And the second part, I would like to share you our technologies. Terminal full technology, and also we provide the development technology. Here you see this is a cross-platform technology. You can also run our desktop application in Ubuntu desktop applications. So you can see this as a final result to do some mergement. You can detect the airplane even for the buildings, traction in our iDesktop X, the object detection of the airplane by our iDesktop X. We can provide you some agriculture detection. By this technology, we can easily to extract the information from the video, and also just some small cars go inside, so it will also record in the system. First, some smart city project, we install the system on the gate, so it can detect the car license number automatically. And recent years, we also combine with the game engine software, because in software, this is in game engine. You see in game engine, even we can get the physical reflect of the lights. The first one is our desktop products. So we provide the geospatial tools in our product. So just these applications. And the second is our cloud products. This is you publish it, then you can access it by some web in our WebG server. So you can get the same effect we provide. And also we provide you like an online portal. You can manage downloading and data sharing by this portal. And on this portal, and also combine the AI technology, you can detect the farmland change between these 2 years, the mapping. And also we provide the surveying from mobile terminal. You can detect. And also we provide the measurement, measure the area, measure the volume, and we also provide a automatic detection. And this is by the way, some default library like the bus, the train. Make a small demo. We use this to detect to count the number of the cars, and even the maps. We provide you the detailed solutions like cadastral and real application. We cooperate with our data provider. So we use their data from the drone, and we particle effects to help you simulate emergency situations. Data here, I added here, and the next function would be the we call it utility analysis. Like for example, you want to install some camera on this building, the green area and the red area. So if you want to set several, like the cross area, then you have to install a new camera here. And this is to also by the joint area. And also the skyline analysis. This is also can be used for the urban planning. And also the profile analysis to get the. Then you can measure the height of each buildings. And another application is for the openness analysis. For example, if you stand analysis around this building, so you see we use show the situations. You see the sunshine rates. And the last example is very interesting. For this data, we also integrated with the utility. So now I will do like a drag a area. You can also get the underground pipeline. You see, we also connect or show the real-time water flow for this pipeline. So just an example to show, because we have different products, so just to show what we can provide in one of our products. So for the future life, actually, different industrials, and even for the agriculture, economic, for education or environment, or even for the national defense. So our vision is to light up every corner of the world with geospatial intelligence. Hope that if you have more requirements, we can communicate after my presentation. Hope that you can enjoy my presentation and sharing. Thank you.
Yeah, you can have a seat there on the other side. That is technology. What can GIS and remote sensing not do? It's really doing marvelous things. And we can see from the presentation, I don't know what's going to be actually a future of GIS and remote sensing program. For this session, we are going to have you can have the interactive and do.
My question goes to DRS. Because what I'm saying here is since you've signed there'll be sharing of information in terms of actual data of our country. What measures have you put in place to make sure that our data is not violated in terms of national security? Number two is to Supermap. Because what I've seen you presenting is more of modeling situations, various situations for better planning. But in terms of design, the actual design, I'm talking about structural design. Is there a way you've integrated structural design, for example, for roads, for buildings, how we can use models in terms of design so that we save engineers, the time or company. If you supply, then the revenues you're collecting.
What kind of innovations they have? GIS innovations.
Maybe from the team of Supermap, you have the response to the second question.
If we're talking about planning and the designing of a single building or a single road, mostly we refer to other tools. For example, BIM, BIM models. Yeah. So the capability that we offer is to give access to all those 3D data, including again, it's like the 3D, the quick 3D modeling that we can make a model at a big level. Power companies, yes, back in China and also in some cases in the international arena, we work with a lot of the issues are and how in what way it will affect supplement to the answer.
Thank you. Thank you. Jeffrey, do you mind?
Architecture design. Actually, our experience is that GIS actually is like a tools project for it's a civil engineering project. They want to do the, so here for that project, we worked from my side because from their knowledge, actually they mainly use like auto select to draw, just to draw the has to use two laptops, and without that, the accuracy of this planning. But by the GIS system overlay with all the surrounding GIS data. And when he finished the AutoCAD software, because in AutoCAD we know he has to do the that's why I want to share this cases or experience. That's how we also provide the full solutions. And for the monitoring, I said the GIS system can provide many idea or new choices for the.
Thank you, Jiang. We might not be very exhaustive at the moment, but some more questions because we still have some time.
Application cases out of China, Africa, but specifically on Kenya. I see the water supply pipeline management project.
To go back and quite a few years ago. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. I think for the second question, administration. Yeah. So I'm not sure I get your question completely. So to manage the data, how to develop solutions, and the suggestion is that can we pay a visit to your office after this meeting, and we can sit down and talk about all these details. So that is my response to that, and if possible, let's I would be really happy. Yeah. So I think for the remaining questions, maybe I can leave it for my colleague.
Thank you, Gautam, for that response. I'll ask also Ivana to respond to the second question about the data silos. If you can be able to integrate our data with the others.
Thank you, Rema. I would like to respond to the question posed by Paul Moraga from KMD. First of all, maybe before I address that question, I just want to remind delegates that in his opening remarks by the director, DRSRS, he mentioned that one of the reasons actually why we had to go convene this congregation is that we actually do not want not just to be the only institution benefiting from the GIS innovations by Supermap. So we reached out to other state agencies who are actually our brothers and sisters so that they can also try to establish a formal way of engaging with Supermap for the benefit of the institutions, and particularly in enhancing capacity in
I would also want to mention that one of the areas that we are
looking into from this collaboration is to deploy the cutting-edge solutions, particularly on simulation. We have seen that we have a number of thematic areas like flooding, which was even mentioned by the guest of honor, that has been a challenge to most institutions, including Kenya Meteorological Department, where we can easily predict the overflow of flooding in worst scenario. So you are really welcomed. We are from here as the Supermap. They already have visited a number of institutions, including Kenya Space Agency, Survey of Kenya, and they're still here for quite some time. We'll also visit your institutions on a proper arrangement, so that we see some of the areas that are some weaknesses and see how Supermap can support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Vincent. I'll give Zam the third question that was asked.
Matara about the integrating other softwares.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Let me explain. Yeah, actually for this question, also many people and many partners and clients also ask us. So actually, yeah, as you talked, for the basic function comparing with the open source GIS tools, actually both of us, we have the same capabilities. That means we have the same functionalities for the basic geospatial analysis or the vector analysis, raster analysis, and that for the basic level, we have the same functions, and except for the basic level, for some mainstream technology or for some popular technology like artificial intelligence, big data, 3D technologies, I think the commercial company, not Supermap, but for the commercial software is better than the open source software, because in order to add our own value or provide all new features and provide values to clients, we have to work hard to follow the latest technology, even to add all the latest technology in our software. So as you saw in my presentation, we add the artificial intelligence, we add the game engine, we add the also the remote sensing and GIS integration technology. So that means if you for the future level, actually for the commercial software, you have more chance or abilities to achieve more higher level, because in the future you may have the massive data, you have the big volume of your data. So you need to also use the big data analysis, distributed analysis, and streaming data analysis. So that is I think it's the biggest advantages that is commercial software than the open source software. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey, for that. This time we close this session for question and answer, and we really appreciate you, our panelists. You've really done well. Thank you and we need to appreciate them with a clap of hand. Thank you, panelists. You can have your seat, and thank you even for organizing this event for us, the two organizations, DRSRS and Supermap, and that's why we are here. We thank you for that. Thank you. Now I take this opportunity to announce it's time for lunch. We will break for lunch, then we'll be resuming at 2. So let's keep time as we are going for lunch, and let us interact as much as possible as we are going outside there. Any more questions that you have, we ask you to channel it to the relevant people who have already presented here. Thank you. I'll ask Caro to come and give us the guidance for the lunch. I don't know if she's around. There are some vouchers that she needs to give us. As you are walking out the door, I know you will be given some vouchers for lunch. Make sure you have a voucher, because you'll not be given lunch if you don't have the vouchers. Thank you. Madam Caro she's here. Maybe she can give us the guidance for the plans she has for lunch.
Good afternoon. There are some vouchers I've given you. You're going to produce them when you go to the dining room. We're going to Johari's. So when you get there, you produce so that you can be allowed to go and have lunch. It's a buffet, so you can serve whatever you want. Karibuni. Sorry? Johari is in the main Boma Hotel, but I'll direct you.
because this one day's conference, essentially, we are not able to. I'll talk about opportunities for integration of GIS and remote sensing delivery unit in the previous regime, but currently I do the same. It is very important to give some basic disclaimer. The presentation that I'm going to do Thank you. Are not a position of the SDR. These are practitioners' opinion to the community of practice in the profession. Because I am one of you, most of you are colleagues in the civil service, but we also have private of state duties, and in the civil service, they are anchored, but due to competing budgetary limits and interests, sometimes we are not able to realize. Now, the truth of the matter is that there is a huge rural to urban migration, and the trajectory, this number is expected to grow by two-thirds. Now, the Kenya's population is projected to be 44 million by 2050 in the urban sprawl. And according to the statistics we have, is that triple the numbers that we had in 2019 population census to about 13 million. And the majority of the growing population is the urban poor. Now, the focus basically should be that we enhance this group's adaptive capacity to climate vulnerabilities and disasters. But for us to do this, we have to seek for partners and stakeholders to identify mapping these hotspots for that where they are vulnerable urban areas, and prepare them for climate resilience and enhancing human settlements infrastructure that improve green urban economy, enhancing livelihood strategies, as well as strengthening our nationally determined contributions, urban connection dimensions. Now, resilience in itself is a long-term process that requires us to adopt systems of systems. And every system is linked with other systems, for example, transportation, health, education, economic development. This interconnectedness implies that a weakness in one system will have an impact on the other. At home here, the 2010 Constitution anchors that the national and the sub-national, that is the counties, have to undertake spatial planning that is anchored in GIS. And various constitutional provisions for that. For instance, Article 60, Principles of Land Policy, Article 66, Regulations of Use of any land, interest or right over land in the interest of defense, public safety, public order, public morality, public health, and planning. Article 67, subarticle H, and the fourth schedule, Part 21, and Part 2, Section 8, which actually outlines the county planning processes. Fourth schedule, Part 32, talks about capacity building and technical assistance to the counties. To say that we have sufficient county at the national level, these capacity have to be cascading at the national level and up to the county level. But the focus is at the counties because that's where the rubber. Now, based on the aforementioned reasons, our department, various departments, ministries, and agencies have made fundamental attempts, because in my previous station, we had the opportunity to interact with almost all state departments. In the audience here, I have my colleague whom currently handles the infrastructure cluster that touches on over 14 state departments. He's a guru in that area. That we have made attempts to integrate GIS remote sensing and applications in our work, but it's not sufficient because of the gaps that I have mentioned when I started my speech, that of human resource capacity, budgetary constraints that cannot enable the GIS remote sensing units to be properly established in terms of human resource and infrastructure, but there are sufficient attempts both at the national level and the counties. Some counties have already established their GIS remote sensing departments that are actually functioning. Now, apart from DRSRS, we have the Kenya Space Agency. I've been casting my eye in the audience to see if the Kenya Space Agency is represented. I believe they are. Maybe, if not physically, then virtually, because they have a very forward-looking strategy of integrating all government data, spatial data, in collaboration with DRSRS to ensure that all state departments can access this data. However, there's some limitation. And in fact, the Kenya Space Agency recently launched the Taifa 1 satellite early this year. Some of us that are in this room were part of that, the launch at University of Nairobi. Day one, it aborted. Day two, day one was highly attended because of the expectation and the national psyche that came with this. Students were many, but it aborted because of the weather issues at the space station in the US. Then day two, now the numbers reduced, but it was launched. Taifa 1 is a multispectral satellite that is Kenya-owned, and its focus and focal focus is our country here, and it will collect very important data that will help in making very critical decisions. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to the question of how we have used GIS and remote sensing technologies, I'll give just some few examples and also project the opportunities that are there for the partnership that we have with Supermap and DRSRS, and also the academia that we have in the room. I've looked at the invitation. The civil society is not invited, the community groups that are usually very critical, but I believe this is now the creme de la creme that make very important decisions that will cascade to the grassroots. The Nairobi Metropolitan Area Spatial Planning, the metropolis that we have in Nairobi, together with other metropolis, we have around 4 that now we are advancing to be called metropolitan areas, but Nairobi is one of the one of the metropolitan areas that we are very familiar with. We have used satellite imagery to track urban growth, changes in land use and expansion patterns in the city. And they have also been able to undertake urban regeneration plans and execution around Zimmerman, Kaloleni areas. Those are the old residential areas that were actually dying. But through GIS, remote sensing, suitability maps have been generated to enable regeneration and planning for those areas. These, using GIS, they integrate infrastructure maps, population density, and zoning regulations. And I think if you listen to the current governor of Nairobi, some of his speeches, some of his promises were based on what he is calling boroughs. Those boroughs are basically generated out of suitability maps that were developed using GIS to undertake and identify areas for specific projects that are of high impact population. Number two, informal settlement mapping and upgrading. I'm talking about Kibera. You see, from a standpoint, let's say you are on the top, on the highest building, the top of the highest building in town, and you cast your eyes to Kibera, Mukuru kwa Njenga, you'll see houses that are nested with each other. They are close-knit. However, with the use of GIS remote sensing and application of artificial intelligence, we have been able to identify spaces which from your eye you are not able to, you cannot see. If you look, even if you do an aerial photograph, you see everything is nested together. But for purposes of planning, the Urban Development Department, the UDD, under the State Department, have been able to effectively plan Kibera, get to quantify the spaces that we have in Kibera. If you go to Kibera now, there's an ongoing both affordable housing and social infrastructure. Now the question is, where have we been taking the people that from your eye you see there are so many, they are crowded, the houses are next to each other. Where did we get space to decant them? It is use of GIS remote sensing and application of artificial intelligence to be able to quantify spaces, to push people through affordable housing. So it is an opportunity to solve our problems. His Excellency the President made a very strong statement that in the next 10 years, we shall not have slums. With the application of these technologies that I've just mentioned. In Mombasa, infrastructure planning and service delivery have been realized by tracking infrastructure gaps and identifying areas that lack basic services like water and electricity. This has been driven by open source applications, civil society organizations, and working together with county government of Mombasa to allocate resources to improve service delivery by prioritizing infrastructure projects. And this is cascading that are responsive and development partners coming in to provide programs out. Now, the fourth example that I want to give, which I wanted to give the last, but from my preparation of my notes here, it has come here as the fourth example. Civil, we have rated your pay slips, isn't it? By 1.5%. That good housing level, right? That we are implementing affordable housing program. It's a huge program, very ambitious. I'm part of the delivery team, the machine that is rolling it out. One thing I can assure you, those houses are being constructed. How to acquire them? We are using the Mayangu is embedded on a spatial data technology. Handed over, and the contractor is on site. The renders are pulled portal. You are able to see the floor plan. You can identify the house that you want and start paying for it through Mayangu. One citizen, one national ID. It therefore means that one person, one house. In the geographical, because we are constructing per constituency, a considerable amount of houses, between 5,000 to 10,000. So that is one of the awareness that have been guided to offer to the civil servants that are here and the general public. So affordable housing is guided, and we are doing suitability maps. We are overlaying transportation networks, employment centers, and social amenities to identify suitable areas. We are also guiding the members of the parliament who are generally going to be the champions for the affordable housing at the counties, at the constituency level. Because by integrating these segments of data, we are able to optimize locations for affordable housing development and ensuring accessibility to essential services and employment opportunities. Employment opportunity is the most critical component as well in the affordable housing program. I've talked about slum upgrading and redevelopment and how we are using GIS remote sensing, but critical for building resilience, we need to look at disaster risk assessment in urban areas. There was a flagship lady. She was the flag of disaster in Kisumu. Her name was Sirikali Saidia. Kisumu, in collaboration with the national government, that is the Kisumu County in collaboration with national government, have identified a flood provided information, awareness information to the members of public on how they can take up areas that are safer away from where they are prone to floods. Now, as I conclude, I want to emphasize the role of all stakeholders, the private sector, the academia, to undertake research and innovation early enough to provide research areas that students can be able to solutions that are affecting the nation. Academia have to play a very, very important role. I know they have their session, but I want to emphasize that we need to bring closer to the table because many times the technocrats have come up with very important, high-impact proposals, policy proposals, but whenever you leave out the politicians, you don't consult them, they come and distort it in a way with mischief, sometimes good mischief, but in most of the times, bad mischief. So it is important that we bring all the stakeholders to the table to take advantage of GIS remote sensing, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and the opportunity, because we have numerous use cases that we can live with, provide solutions closer home. That is the only way we can come up with forward-looking policy proposals that are overarching and can realize good results. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Director Jared. Thank you very much. Next speaker will be from FAO. We have a keynote speech from Husna Balak, who is not here, but she has sent her representative, Richard Bett. They are going to give us a speech on embracing geospatial innovation and technology for sustainable agriculture and for food security in Kenya. Welcome, Richard, and give us your speech. Let us applaud him as he comes.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. It doesn't sound like an after-lunch response. Good afternoon. That's much better. As introduced, my name is Richard Bett. I work with FAO Kenya under the program called Digital Land Governance Program, which is supporting reforms on lands agenda within the country on all 47 counties and national level. I'll speak about briefly what the program does, and then I can proceed to the speech. This program, the Digital Land Governance Program, is an EU FAO funded program being implemented in 47 counties. Part of the highlights for the impact and the outcome is improved food and security, livelihoods and sustainable development in the country through equitable and secure access and management of land as per Vision 2030. It has focused on three main areas. The high correlation to the work of geospatial work that we support in the counties is having enhanced efficient and effective land governance through digitization and digitalization of land records and processes. The second and third one, respectively, are improving conflicts and dispute resolution mechanisms and inclusive policy, legal, and institutional frameworks. This brings the work that we support within the counties and work with DRSRS on geospatial and remote sensing technology. And as mentioned, embracing geospatial innovation and for sustainable agriculture and food security in Kenya revolves around a lot of the work that we support as FAO Kenya. We are honored to be part of this Geospatial Information Software Technology Conference. And our world is changing rapidly, and so are the challenges that we face as well in ensuring food security, promoting sustainable agriculture, and mitigating the impacts of climate change. As part of the work that we do in different scope, we This spatial information has the potential to transform. We gain invaluable insights into the dynamics of agricultural landscapes. This knowledge empowers us to make informed decisions, optimize resource allocation, and enhance overall productivity. For other applications that we have include the precision agriculture for sustainable practices. So I think within this spectrum, precision agriculture has enabled by geospatial technology has allowed us to tailor our farming practices to specific conditions, optimizing inputs while minimizing environmental impact. And harnessing the power of data analytics and mapping tools, we implement precision agriculture techniques and promote resource efficiency, reduce waste, and foster sustainable farming practices. Within planning and climate resilience, climate change poses spatial technology enables assessing vulnerability, predict climate-related risks, plan adaptive strategies. And by integrating climate data within agricultural mapping, we develop robust changing conditions and safeguard their livelihoods. On regenerative agriculture and nurturing the land for future generations, geospatial technology plays a crucial role in supporting regenerative approaches by providing insight in ecosystem health, biodiversity, and soil carbon sequestration. And through mapping, we identify areas where regenerative practices can be most impactful, fostering resilience in the face of climate change and promoting sustainable land management. Under climate resilience and adaptation, climate change poses a significant threat within agriculture and affect crop yields, water availability, and overall food security. And geospatial technology is used to monitor and understand these changes, enabling the development of adaptive strategies. From early warning systems for extreme is an ally to the battle against the climate-related challenges. And enhancing collaboration and connectivity within our world where collaboration is paramount, geospatial technology serves as a bridge connecting farmers, researchers, policymakers, academia, and various stakeholders. And the synergy between our efforts is amplified when we share data, insights, and innovation. And I think one of the outcomes for this session and this conference should be an opportunity to strengthen these connections, fostering a collaborative ecosystem that propels the sector forward. Part of the work that FAO has done within the region, within the Horn of Africa, with its diverse ecosystem and agricultural landscape, the Horn of Africa faces unique challenges in maintaining food security. So one such challenge is a relentless threat posed by desert locusts and other pests, which have devastating effects on crops and livelihoods within the region. Using geospatial information in this case, software technology has emerged as a powerful ally in the efforts to map, monitor pest infestations with unprecedented precision. And through use of satellite imagery and remote sensing and advanced mapping tools, we have been able to create dynamic maps and provide real-time information on the spread and intensity of pests across the region. So this granular understanding of pest dynamics empowers us to implement targeted and effective, minimizing the impacts on crops and enabling more sustainable agricultural practices. For FAO's role in this case, within the Horn of Africa, which has faced the of hours and have the potential to escalate into a food security crisis. For FAO, in collaboration with regional partners and within the country also in collaboration with national partners, have been able to be at the forefront of efforts to control and mitigate the impact of the infestations. Geospatial technology has played a central role in the response to the locust outbreaks. And this has been assisted by utilizing satellite data and mapping tools to track the movement of the swarms and predict the potential trajectories and deploy control measures with great accuracy. This not only has enhanced the efficiency in minimizing the impact and control measures. For FAO Kenya and collaboration with DRSRS, which remains a valuable partner within geospatial analysis and remote sensing solution for development within the country, through the Digital Land Governance Program, which is an EU FAO-funded program, as DRSRS and other organizations, a research document titled The Impacts of Land Fragmentation, and being used to inform and formulate legislation and policies, for example, on minimum land sizes for various land users within the country. And also through this program, and FAO Kenya and DRSRS and other multi-agency stakeholders have been able to put together data information and develop the Kenya Natural Resource Atlas, which is due to be launched on the 1st of December, that is in less than 2 weeks, alongside the digital platform for the Atlas, which is the Atlas Geoportal, which will be open and openly accessible to the public. And this is a demonstration of the long-term partnership that FAO Kenya and DRSRS and other partners within the geospatial sector have been able to have. And in conclusion, the geospatial innovation is not just technology advancement, it's a beacon of hope for agricultural landscape in Kenya and Eastern Africa. Through our collective efforts and the strategic use of geospatial technology, we can map a path towards a more resilient, sustainable, and secure future for the region. I look forward to the enriching discussion and collaboration unfolding within this conference, and together we can harness the power of geospatial information to safeguard our agricultural heritage and ensure a prosperous future for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. We appreciate. Let us give him another clap. Yeah, our third keynote speaker is Collins, Dr. Collins Mwaje from the Institution of Kenya Surveyors. He's going to give us a presentation or a speech on harnessing geospatial technology and innovation for building capacity and synergies in government for accelerated economic transformation in Kenya. Let us welcome Collins and listen to his speech.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon once again. So all protocols observed. I have the pleasure to present a keynote address on it's not coming on the screen, right? There's a problem, eh? Let's give it a minute to come. So as I do this, I'm actually presenting on behalf of our president. His name is Eric Nyadimo, who is not able to be with us here today. He's traveling in Addis Ababa, but all the same, we are going to look at innovations in the sector and what we are doing at the Institution of Surveyors of Kenya in addressing the issues that we face in this sector. So essentially, that's the topic I was asked to talk about. I think it's not coming, sorry about that. But basically, I am the chair of the Geospatial Information Surveyors chapter, what we call GIS chapter. And we have other chapters at the institution. So we are like the home of professionals in this sector. And we have a lot of members. We have 5,000 plus membership in the institution who are in this sector. And they use these tools in various organizations to solve many problems in the country. They participate in this kind of conferences we are having today. They carry out research and development in this sector, and they're also practitioners in the sector. So it is actually the place to find professionals in this sector. And just to start us off, that's the outline of my presentation. So I'll talk about myself a little bit, what I am, who I am, what I do, about ISK, who we are, what we do. And since the focus was on harnessing spatial technology in addressing social challenges, I've tried to focus on that as we look at what you do at ISK. We look at emerging trends, we look at applications, we look at challenges, strategies, and conclusion. And we are very happy to partner with you. We are also very happy to be invited to this conference where we also highlight what we do, so get to know what is happening. So that's about me, 20 years experience in this sector at the University of Nairobi. So I wear many hats. I'm in GIS chapter, and I'm also passionate about software development in the geospatial sector. I do know that most of the students that I teach at the university, some of them are here, and they would tell you about the things that we do at the university. ISK basically represents membership who are drawn from the local, national, regional, and international sphere. We look at several chapters. We have land surveyors, we have engineering surveyors, we have GIS professionals, geospatial information management surveyors, we have land administration professionals, managers, building surveyors, evaluation, and estate agency surveyors. So if you look at this list of professionals, you see that we've got a lot to do in the sector in terms of generating geospatial information and using this information. So I think the point here is that we are the home of these professionals. And when you're looking for these professionals, it's also good to check with us and see what we do. Geospatial technology is basically, I think we all know this, just tools and techniques that we use in GIS, remote sensing, cartography, GNSS, surveying, and related aspects of mapping, which help us in the collection, analysis, and interpretation of geospatial data. So if you look at what it's all about, of course it's about analytics, it's about GNS and positioning, Earth observation, and what you can broadly call scanning. So these are the things that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. And we have a repository of the kind of projects that our members do. So again, you can visit our website and get to know what we do. But basically, these are the things we deal with. That's just a very quick introduction about what it entails. The picture you see on the right is actually a current picture. You know what is happening. And you find a lot of problems where people face consequences. Spatial technology can help us address these challenges because with harnessing this information, we are able to carry out analysis and we can generate lives that are at risk. What can we do? So this is all about spatial technology. Now if you look at the industry, and we are very happy that and is having a conference in the sector, we have seen tremendous growth in the sector. And actually, in the near future, education, any sector that you can think of, harnesses this technology. And we're also seeing a lot of interest in this sector. In fact, if you look at the academic thing that we need to appreciate and support so that we can address coming together to network and to talk about what's happening. The environment is also increasing digitization, I think there's a lot of increasing digitization. If you look at the government, for example, a lot of digitization and a workflow integration. There's interest in artificial intelligence. Yesterday we are listening to somebody who was presenting something, government initiatives and public-private ideas, like from Supermap and other stakeholders in the industry, to help us even advance it further. Most of us, we can use it in agricultural applications, we can use it in together. Of course, aerial mapping and so the emerging trends that we see, and actually since I said I'm at the university, so I know these things, we have a lot of cloud-based geospatial solutions. It's naturally suited to artificial intelligence and machine learning because we use data, and this data is spatial data. And you can do a lot of things using this artificial intelligence and machine learning. Applications are very many: energy, oil and gas, mining and minerals. And if you look at the range of professionals in our institution, we have people representing these sectors from all, be it energy, be it oil and gas, mining and minerals, agriculture, health, etc. So they do various things there, and we support them. And we are happy to also come here to this conference and even discuss further on the things that are happening. The challenges, I think as we move forward, we have some challenges. And the first one is standards. So perhaps if we sit at the decision-making table, it's important to always think about standards. And the standards in this sector are actually very straightforward because most of them have been developed, be it at ISO, be it at OGC, and the standardization bodies, and even KEBS, who are our neighbors here. We need to embrace standards. We need to have interoperable solutions so that our information flows seamlessly. And these are the things we do at the institution. For example, in the GIS chapter, we have a committee that is specifically looking at this issue of standards in this sector and is trying to address them and see what you can do. Data gaps, of course, we know that we have some data gaps. Like if you worked with data in Kenya, you see some overlaps in some places, like in cadastral parcels. You see some data that is maybe has not been captured yet in some areas. So we still have some problems. And I think as a country, we need to address this gap so that we can harness the power of this industry. Reference systems is something, of course, if you are in this industry, you know it's an issue. So it's something we're also working on in collaboration with other stakeholders in the industry. Data inconsistencies is another problem, and lack of interoperability. And I think if we embrace standards, we can have interoperable solutions, and this is good for all of us. So these are the things we face, and we look forward to seeing what Supermap is doing in terms of supporting standards in the industry, supporting interoperable solutions, and supporting quick filling the gaps that we face, etc. We also have some other challenges like data, privacy, and security, issues to do with availability and quality, which of course can be summarized in the previous slide that I talked about, highlighted very quickly. Standardization is an issue, accessibility, cost of data acquisition, and I think together we can solve the problems. I think the people who do research, the people who are in the industry, we need to work together. I think the industry, academia, collaboration is absolutely critical to address these kind of challenges. So strategies, what we do at the institution. Training and capacity building is, of course, what we do. So if you look at our website, you notice that we we offer various short courses, be it in web-based mapping, be it in spatial data management, be it in supporting capacity of counties. So we offer some courses which are integrated in our calendar, but I think we need to do more so that we can reach more people in the industry. Sustainable funding models, of course, this can be done at the government level, so it can embrace public-private partnerships so that we can do even larger projects that can help us become better. And one of the projects that has actually been lagging a little bit behind is the Kenya National Spatial Data Infrastructure, which for some reason has taken longer than it was supposed to do. But we hope that if we come together like in these conferences, we can network and exchange ideas on how we can make it better. Fostering interagency collaboration, like if you look at the MDS and government, the ministries and the departments, I think we need to have more collaboration so that we can harness our potential, because each of us has a different potential. And you may find that somebody is good at, for example, data sets on the environment. Another one is good at data sets on cadastral. So let's harness this interagency collaboration so that we can create mechanisms for information sharing and cooperation. Investing in the development and improvement of technology infrastructure. The industry or the technology landscape supporting the industry is advancing very fast, so there's need for investment in the technology landscape that supports this kind of systems. And of course, supporting implementation of legal frameworks. This is what we do at the institution, because whenever there's something that needs to be addressed in the government, they always come to us to give some input on the legal representation, on the legal frameworks, on the policy frameworks. Like recently, we are working on the national land policy, which is to take effect for over the next 10 years. So we gave some input on that as well. So we keep giving input to the government in terms of supporting. What we do at the institution, don't expect contractors. I think I know that Supermap, we've also worked some time back. We also had some events that we also attended. So let's keep supporting each other. Let's exchange ideas to make these things better. We need to keep improving the capacity of the industry in terms of capacity development. So again, universities have a challenge here. I'm also part of it. And of course, the professionals, you also have a challenge to improve capacity and quickly respond to the needs of the society. The next point actually is very critical. The government, academic institutions, and private organizations to collaborate and use this spatial technology. Sustainable development, because we can only achieve sustainable development if we collaborate together, all of us. Of course, we have a lot of impact on the society, by the way, because some research showed some time back that a good percentage of information that is used in government is actually spatial. So we have a lot of potential to contribute to the industry. I think with those few remarks, I believe I've captured what was intended for us. I think the idea was that what are we doing at the institution in supporting this kind of technology and the industry? So that is what we do, and I do appreciate your time and the opportunity to present. Thank you very much, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ri. Let us appreciate our three keynote speakers. And now we get into the question and answer session. For the interest of time, we will take a few questions, then we will answer. So, Kaidre, let us get the questions. Raise up your hand so that you can bring the mic.
Do you have somebody with a question? Or even a comment? It's also welcome.
Yeah, this one.
Okay, I'm Evans Masachi, to Dr. Collins Mwangi. Okay, I wanted to know, like, there are so many people who are handling, like you're saying, there are gaps, and we need actually to work together. No, these gaps have been existing, and like we are talking and not doing much. I don't know how well we can actualize collaborations that can make us work as a unit, so that data is put in one house and not just scattered everywhere. Because we are having a lot of data scattered. Sometimes we are doing research on some field which has already been done, but because we don't know, we are just repeating. And that can be a wastage of some maybe budget and resources and so on. So I don't know how deliberate are we going to be so that we can bring people in one room. Like now, even here, we are here, just special personnel are here, professionals here. Should we leave this room and go and start looking for one another gate? Or can we have a collaboration even right from here so that this data can be brought together? Thank you.
Okay, maybe Doctor, you can answer that as we... Next.
Okay, thank you for that question. I agree. It's something we've been talking about for too long. And I think we are all aware about these gaps, but it doesn't mean that there's no solution. I think there's a solution. So like at the institution, we normally have committees that specifically, and my members here, like Imala, who is my member, you will agree that we have committees that proactively look at these issues. But what I would suggest from a personal point of view is that there are two ways. Like the government can take the lead. If the government takes the lead and has a focus, develops the necessary environment, the legal frameworks, the policies, the standards, etc., then we are good to go. Otherwise, we can take the other route of the other participants. It's like the bottom up, not the bottom up of KK, but the bottom up of actually driving things from the stakeholders below. So that's a good thing that we can consider. But I think research is also being done. Maybe it would be good to hear from academia. I'll be very interested to hear from them what they're doing. And of course also from government. I think we need to try and develop a good environment so that we can harness this technology. It has a lot of potential for us, and there's no doubt about it. So I think that's what I can say for now.
Thank you. Another question?
Yeah, thank you. I think mine is more of an appreciation than some veiled question to Dr. Collins. And for purpose of information, I'm Dr. Nabiswa from Masinde Muliro, University of Science and Technology, and I'm asking for youngsters as a corporate organization. Are there any deliberate efforts, the way ECK and EPK have been doing, to reach out to youngsters who are struggling to join or register as students and they are finished but they didn't register? Is there a roadmap that can then, those of us who are in the system, we can even reach out through the alumni so that these guys are assisted to practice? And secondly, we get a lot of support especially during internship, which has now been institutionalized. But you find that we could be having a number of graduates who may want to even volunteer. Are you still open to that kind of post-attachment volunteerism, or still they will be subjected to red tape, so that when we go back, we can advise based on what we have heard from the horse mouth? Thank you.
We have another question from our director.
Okay, thank you. I think I should face the audience because they are the ones who listen as I ask. Okay, may I join others in thanking all of you, the ones who have given our keynote speech. But my question will be directed to one of you, Collins. Now, we have talked about unmanned automatic vehicle, that is UAV. And this is an area where we know that we are going to, but the type of image, the type of aerial photo we get from these UAVs, it has left a lot of doubt in me as an expert in that area, whether the photos meet the engineering works. Taking a photo from above is not enough. It cannot meet the engineering perspective. You well know that we fly at a specific height. We always have a specific scale. And if we are to give it a mapping component, it must meet specific criteria. Again, the same camera which is put inside there, almost like this, the one put in the mobile here, is not calibrated. It is never meeting what type of calibration we have to meet engineering works. So my question is, as an institution where you're coming from, what is it you are internalizing on this matter so that we have UAVs that are producing photos that can be used by any of us here, but it meets the standards of engineering works? Thank you.
Take the last one so that we can answer the three and we close the session. Any other? Okay. Daktari, go ahead and answer.
Okay, thank you for those two questions. So first from Director, I do agree that we need to keep looking at what this UAV offer in terms of the quality of the product. And it's an area that is of course still new. It's like a toddler that is still being researched on. So we have a lot of research going on in terms of improving them. But as an institution, we have come up with a guide which we are actually launching. We are launching it in December. We are supposed to launch it in this month, last week actually, when we were in Eldoret for a conference, but we could not. So we have some guide that guides this kind of works, which we hope that will be useful to the industry. So I think once we have it ready, I will avail it through the membership who are from DRSS. The second question is on MUST. I think we did talk to your colleague a few weeks back, and I think we agreed that they can contact us formally so that we can see what to do. So I think once that is done, we are open. We will discuss and see what we can do from that perspective. So that is something that will be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I think for the interest of time, we are going to close the Q&A session. And let us all appreciate the three keynote speakers. And before they leave the stage, I think the DRSS has some gifts for them. I'll give Madam Caro the opportunity to give them. with the assistance of our Deputy Director. Kaidre accepts. Yes. Thank you. I now take this opportunity to welcome Maserin, who is going to moderate the next session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucy. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You know, one of the most difficult things is to moderate a session in the afternoon after a very heavy lunch. Is it so? Gentlemen, hello. Ladies, hi. Now we want to switch gears very fast, but first of all, so that I am sure all of us are awake, because I'm not going to allow anybody to doze, by the way, in my session. I kindly request us to stand up. Kindly stand up. And please greet one or two people that are not sitting together with you. So ensure that you make a step either side. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's get back to our seats. I did not give anybody permission to get out, please. I didn't say we walk out. I just wanted us to wake up. Are we good? Are we good? Okay, let me take this opportunity to invite our speakers to the podium. Sorry for that. Let me take this opportunity to welcome our panelists on the stage kindly. In this session, we are going to focus on education and research. In the morning, we had the opportunity to get to know what our hosts, DRS and Supermaps, are doing. And then we've also had a session to get the key primary issues from our keynote speakers. Now we are switching gears very fast to also get to understand what our partners are also doing with regard to the subject of the day. So in our session now, kindly allow me to invite Dr. Mark Boyd from Dedan Kimathi University on stage. Kindly, Daktari. And he was my lecturer. He taught me. Allow me also to invite Dr. Ferdinand Nabiswa from Masinde Muliro, University of Science and Technology, on stage also. And then also allow me to invite Dr. Patricia Mwangi on stage. Those are going to be our key speakers for this session. Dr. Mike Boyd is going to give us a presentation or a talk on enhancing geospatial technologies in research, training, and innovations for sustainable development. And then Dr. Ferdinand Nabiswa will be talking about integration of GIS and remote sensing technologies in educational programs towards addressing societal challenges and as a support tool. And then finally, Dr. Patricia Mwangi will be talking about linkages between GIS and the academia for enhanced research and innovations in the Kenyan universities. So if you are keen, you'll be able to notice that our focus is on the academia for this session. Thank you very much. Dr. Boyd, the stage is yours, kindly. sorry. Before you proceed, Daktari, kindly my speakers, I'm being requested that you sit on this other side. You are hidden this side. Dr. Nabiso, kindly have a seat on the other side.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I would like to give a talk, starting in this session for the academia, which is research and training, and I want to talk about the enhancing geospatial technologies in research, training, and innovation for sustainable development. My name is Mark Boyd, as I have already introduced myself. Yeah, I am a senior lecturer at the Dan Kimathi University of Technology under the Institute of Geomatics, Remote Sensing, and GIS. But then currently I am leading the Center for Spatial Information Science and Systems, which is actually under the institute. So I was invited by DRSRS, and important that we also come in as academia to talk about the technologies, which we are actually applying them for training and research. I will give an introduction. The center of the institute is actually, under the institute, as I said, and it adopts more of large extent the thematic areas of geomatics, GIS, remote sensing, and environmental planning and management, among others. We give research and projects which are formulated and aided by team leaders within the center. And the center also disseminates these results through workshops and conferences and publications. So the aims of the center are actually guided through the overall university's strategic plan, and of course the Kenya's Vision 2030. And most of the key objectives which are picked from those would be to conduct and engage in the research activities, which relates to the same areas I've mentioned, or the fields of application. We spearhead and manage consultancies. This is now an area why the center was created, because majority of what we do in the university is to train and, of course, over research and all that. But now to do consultancies is now you need to do or have a department. This is now the center is doing. And then we also coordinate short courses. We have two which we have already approved. It's been approved. This is more of capacity building, not only to the students that we teach, but also to the public. So you are invited to come for, say, a week or 2 weeks, short course in the basic and even advanced. And in these areas, we offer a GIS and remote sensing short course. And another one, we offer UAV, the unmanned aerial vehicles training. We haven't started, but I will mention about it. And then we also initiate and guide the interdisciplinary collaboration. So this is like linkages. We have linkages, and through this center, we now come to the industry and get ideas and see if we can collaborate together. So it's also a good opportunity. I was invited here and already, even before lunch, I already networked with some people, and I see we would be probably signing an MOU or a collaborative agreement. And that is very, very important. We already signed an agreement with DRSRS. This was in May this year, and we are now I think we are actually starting the process. We have hardware and software, and most of it in the universities, we have this as GIS and remote sensing softwares. This is ArcGIS, NV, and now probably if we engage and we get quite a lot of support from Supermap, then we will have Supermap also being part of this, because we saw you presenting very nice things today. That will be very interesting even for our students to do research. We have cartography lab, we have survey lab, which we have total stations, we have the GPS, the RTKs, which we utilize and teach and use them for training and research. We also have a drone, which we say the UAV. We have one. We actually acquired through grants, and this has been registered, and we have one of our colleagues who is already a pilot registered. So that one training, that's why we have now the training in the UAV. And then we have data lockers and even projectors for research and training. In terms of training, I just want to mention in the institute alone, we have always in each and every academic year, we have a possibility of 2 to 4 students or postgraduate candidates in the level of PhD. We have 20 to 25. Some of them would be also here, students in MSc. Oh, sorry. It's students for MSc, 20 to 25. And we have, of course, over 450 in every academic year for bachelor's, which is the undergraduate. And we have 2 programs running there. This is geomatics, GIS, and remote sensing. So there are 2 programs running for that. In the research areas, we are guided by the fact that the wall is more of sickly. So somebody wrote there that what kind of wall has this become? So it's a really sick wall. So we are guided by that. And in this, we look at the trends, we analyze, we predict, and we model. So the key thing nowadays is we have our students who are even doing the postgraduate studies. We tell them it's no longer very good to just analyze. For the level that they are in, they would rather model, they would rather predict the future. What will the future look like? And the areas of focus would be in climate change. We look at the environment, we think about flooding, hazards, pollution. I think DRSRS presented very nice products which we think it would be very nice even for us, our students, to look at. We also look at health, we look at agriculture, degradations in land, infrastructure, and sustainability, among many others. Technologies are not changing. We still look at the ground-based, which we know it could be the surveyors who are utilizing the GPS, the RTKs. We also have the UAV in that category because it's about 150 meters. And that question still arises, what is the quality? Somebody asked, we still have the airborne, where we utilize the airborne aerial photography, and we have the spaceborne, which is largely utilized by our students. And this is utilizing the satellites which are available in space. Outputs, many outputs, I just put key, maybe some of them which are here. We look at land use, land cover for various areas which I mentioned. We look at vegetation indices, we look at even stockpile computation. Now this image here at the middle is actually taken by the UAV, the drone, and we are just measuring volumes. It's not really for engineering service, but we are just testing. So maybe in the question that somebody asked, it could be a solution to guiding whether we can be utilized or not. And then the other things would be now looking at real-world solutions in water, infrastructure, and land. Now, innovation is a big question because we say innovation is the practical implementation of ideas that which leads to introduction of new goods and services or services for improvement in offering goods and, or services. So we try to have our students do some innovation, and some of the innovations they think about could be maybe developing programs and softwares. Robotics is still wondering because I'm putting there to come up with a GIS robot is still quite a lot of work for us. So we think about those. And software development now, most of the students would actually advance later and go to do data analytics and develop softwares which can be customized and can be customized for various industries. Of course, in remote sensing technologies, I'm cutting across all the technologies here. We think about hyperspectral imaging, which it has capability of mapping very high accuracies. And this is because of the narrow bandwidth. So this narrow band imaging is very important. And I'm very happy that some organizations already have, even the DRSRS already have. And I think this was one of the reasons why we had to sign an MOU with them, so that we can utilize their sensor to acquire and do research about this. Laser scanning is also coming up. What our students are doing, we don't have a laser scanner, but we use phones. We have phones which have the capability of scanning. And so we attach this and even get the information on a terrestrial. So that means fixed on a site and then move from one point to the other to just acquire laser scanning. So basically, it's just to know whether this is good or not, but then it is already working in the industry. So we train the student in all the capabilities, so when they go to the industry, they have what it takes for them to produce. And finally, we have what we call laser airborne depth sounders. These are very good in hydrographic survey. This would be actually mapping using aircrafts and coming up with, data which is easy and without no cumbersome of struggling maybe with the waves on the oceans. So this is another way. Now, through collaborations, we have joint MOUs. We always desire to have joint MOUs, and I can say all the universities can benefit so much if we have government and private institutions collaborating together so that as we do research, we are able to implement them. The advancement in Earth observation. So some of the advancement which I just want to mention, what is really driving the advancement in these technologies? It's because we have what we call real-time signal processing on board satellite systems. This is something which has been taught that whatever we now acquire, we can easily utilize in real time. So that saves a lot of processing steps. The other one is fast data acquisition. Large amount of data can be collected, and this covers a larger area and extent. And then the other one is because of the unmanned aerial vehicles and unmanned aerial system techniques, we can even model and, of course, acquire data capture. But, of course, with that question still in place. In terms of application, data fusion, combining data from various software, various vendors, sources, we can use them to apply in analyzing and giving some result. Then multi-level data integration. This is also important, and people are applying it because depending on the spatial resolution and the extent of the area coverage, we can, when you zero into a smaller area, then you still get high accuracies, and you can utilize for other applications. Of course, challenges and limitations are always there. So why we have to mention also in the universities, we have this challenge of hardware, software, data processing skills, quite still low because of the equipment. Probably we don't have so much. Data storage is limited. You can do a laser scanning, you can have hyperspectral imagery. Even some of our systems could be where we may not be able to process a small area of hyperspectral image. So we still feel it's an area that the university would be thinking of doing something so that we have more space to store data and process. There is also high cost of acquiring sensors, data mobilization. We have also restricted access, especially for the unmanned aerial vehicles. There are some protocols and procedures that we have to get before we utilize those. And the worst scenario, or where I feel there is a challenge, very limited, very big limitation, is research implementation from the learning institutions. So we have research. In fact, 70% of what our students produce, they always have the last chapter, conclusion and what? And recommendations. But this recommendation, nobody takes them. So we stay with them, and maybe some people are not taking this. I don't know. Probably it's not given out to the public to utilize. In fact, some of them, they can even advise the government, county governments, do this. But nobody would be even, willing to see that. So unless we do something, it's still very low. The future trends, how is it going in this geospatial technology? We say GIS of the future may be very well be in augmented reality and virtual realities. And this is because AR and VR use very continuous to grow as users become more comfortable with technology, and this will lead to more and more developers integrating GIS capabilities into the application. So with that direction, so many people are now getting to know GIS. Earlier, people didn't know about it, but now we are going to more information about GIS. We have the advent of 3D analytics, the integration of the interior and exterior space mapping. We have the real-time, we have the big data analytics, enterprise, and web GIS. All these 5 are actually leading to rapid transformation of landscape GIS. The other one is the future of geospatial industry is incredibly bright, with, of course, new satellites providing more accurate data and imaging, the increasing use of artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things, devices and cloud-based platforms, and the development of this AR and VR, we are poised for continued growth and innovation. So the future is still bright, even though we have these limitations. Of course, this is just to show what has been happening over time and maybe where we are heading to. In 1970s, in terms of early years, we talk about computer mapping. So we were looking at focusing on mapping focus. So we only focused what can be mapped, transfer analog maps to digital. Then later on, 1980s, people talk about GIS modeling. So we call it spatial database management. And in this is now the growth of contemporary GIS. At this point, then people revisited what we call georeference, so that we have every information fixed at the right place. So once you have that, then everything now can be analyzed and processed. So where we are, we could be talking about multimedia mapping, understanding and adding more things together, because things are georeferenced, so everything falls in the right place and we have more information coming there. we continue, maybe future direction, as I said, the big data, Internet of Things will take place. In summary, the continuous academic exchange programs with the developed countries, probably because we have skills which we need to acquire, so skill development. The other one is project collaboration, as I said. We need to always look at grants and research funds because they have areas, thematic areas of focus, and this could be international, it can be local. The other one is sensitization of the institutions, especially on the equipment, so that we have continuous training, and of course, we train the trainers. So we also need to learn, yes, the trainers. So we also need to get before we train the others. And then local collaborations amongst ourselves, state agencies and the institutions is very important in the academics because it really fosters development and increases the training and research for our case. And then industry support in project implementation. So we need you in the industry to join us, look at what we are doing. We have to get our link, how to implement what we are always producing in research. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. for the presentation. Another round of applause, please, as we welcome our next speaker, Dr. Nabiswa. He'll be talking about integration of GIS and remote sensing technologies in educational programs towards addressing societal challenges and as a decision support tools. Welcome, Doctor. Hello. Sorry, as we sort out the presentation for Dr. Nabiswa, kindly Dr. Patricia, allow me to call you to proceed as we get Dr. Nabiswa's presentation ready.
Good afternoon. Okay, I'm Dr. Patricia Mwangi, a lecturer at Kenyatta University. I'm in the Department of Spatial and Environmental Planning. So today my presentation are the linkages between GIS and academia for enhanced research and innovation in Kenyan universities. So this is just a basic outline of the presentation, a brief introduction, looking at GIS in academic fields, and then how do we try bridge this gap between we or those who are in the academic field as well as the professional field. As Dr. Boyd had said, there's a lot of research that goes on in academia, but sometimes something just stops. There is not much uptake in what is being done at the universities. And then just benefits of incorporating GIS in academia. So a basic introduction is that what is very important in academics is experiential learning. This is where you actually do the work itself. So when you're learning, yes, you learn about GIS, even also about remote sensing, but the key thing is, are you able to practically use it? So this goes beyond the traditional classroom setting. So what you learn, you're able to solve real-world problems that are occurring on the ground. So you get involved into the actual projects, you use different forms of GIS software like Supermap, and then you collaborate with professionals like what we are doing right here. And collaborating with professionals in different industry, not just within the small group that we are in, as well as communities, so that you're able to solve real-world problems that are there. So why is it critical and important to include GIS in the curriculum? Research has shown that when you introduce GIS from a very early age, let's say from primary school level, that there is a very big difference in the perception of these children. Because what happens is that they're able to understand their space. They get to appreciate geography rather than, I believe everyone in this room started learning GIS when they were mature. That is in campus or even after university. But when you introduce GIS, let's say for those who are in CBC right now, it has a positive effect on the students' attitudes. We are trying to deal with issues to do with pollution. So if at all they're able to translate the real-world problems when they're young, then probably by the time they're mature, will not really be dealing with some of the issues that are there. So they're able to engage in more difficult tasks because their brains are evolving. And then when they're still young, they're able to develop spatial thinking skills. And then also they have an understanding of patterns and relationships, processes in space, and then they're able to apply this in the real-world problems and scenarios. So probably the way we are looking at GIS and remote sensing, probably we should also start targeting those who are in primary school or even others who are a bit younger. So what happens to this? It fosters interdisciplinary learning, the social aspects. And then also they can use this data and analysis to explore various topics. So why is GIS important in academia? An example I would want to give is when dealing with real-world problems. We have people living with disabilities. We have people who are blind and people who are deaf. So how are they able to get to understand this real world that we have? So is a blind person able to understand, for example, able to print out a 3D map for them to feel and see that what we're talking about, the highs and the lows of buildings? Probably someone who's deaf, probably not 100%, but partially, and is able to drive. So how are they able to navigate from point A to B? Because personally, I sometimes get lost when I'm using Google Maps and navigation for audio. So how are you able to integrate this GIS with different people? So here, when you're integrating GIS in academia, you're targeting the next generation. And what you're doing is that you're integrating GIS with computational technologies. And this is when you're dealing with AI and big data. One key thing that is, when we're talking about academia and the professional world, is what we call the knowledge and technology transfer. So this is between the academic, those who are in academia and the society. So the key technology transfer is the key driver of innovation and economic development. So whatever it is that we are doing at whatever level in terms of research, are we able to translate this into industry? That is what knowledge and transfer and technology transfer is about. So how do we bridge this gap? So bridging this gap is dealing with practicing what we preach, being able to apply it. So how do we overcome what is known as within the innovation process as the valley of death? This is where you have a very good idea, but then it doesn't see the light of day. So what happens is sometimes what would help, probably those who are in academia, is having an intermediary. So this intermediary provides a direct and meaningful interaction between the academic world and the non-academic partners. Sometimes if you are told we are in a platform and you start using certain keywords, you lose people. But then sometimes if you have probably someone who is able to translate your idea in a form that whoever is meant to take it up is able to understand, then that is the bridge. So the key thing is having communication. And this can be improved to avoid confusion when a common language is equally established between different forms of parties. So one of the ways that we can bridge the gap is, one of them is like this technical workshop. So we are all here, and we have different people from different industries. Like tomorrow, there will be a hands-on to try and experience and apply what Supermap. I mean, you have a software, so where can you apply it? Another thing, another way to bridge the gap is collaboration. So at least as one of the speakers said here, collaborate and meet with different people. And then also to cultivate a mindset of lifelong learning. Learning never stops. So it's a continuous process. So those are one of the ways that we can try bridge this gap between academia and those who are meant to uptake what we have. So what are some of the benefits? Some of them have been said here. To visualize the real world data. So as I said, how do we ensure that GIS and remote sensing is all inclusive so that everyone is meant to understand this 2D or 3D world, regardless of whether they are able-bodied or whether they have any form of disabilities. And then to enhance critical thinking, as I said, especially when you introduce it from a young age, and then you promote multidisciplinary learning. So if you're able to work with different professionals in different fields, then I believe our outputs will be able to broaden. We'll be able to broaden our knowledge as well as the skills. And also, when we are able to incorporate GIS in academia, as it was mentioned, most programs are having, I think most programs before universities were always adding an IT because IT became a real thing. Right now it is not only just IT, but also incorporating something to do with GIS. And the reason is because we want to prepare the people who are coming out for future developments. Because right now, developments and career, anything that is being done has to answer these questions. What is happening, where, when? So mainly, thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patricia. Can we give her better clap? Thank you very much, Dr. Patricia. And now I think we'll invite Dr. Nabiswa to come and make his presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much. And so I introduced myself earlier. I'm Dr. Nabiswa from Masinde Muliro University of Technology, currently serving as a dean of that school, School of Disaster Management and Assistance. But what is me here mostly is I represent the university as a chair of partnerships and collaboration. I was to share our reflections on integration of GIS and remote sensing in education programs. And since morning, we have been speaking up about it. And even my colleagues have had a bite at it. I'll begin by saying that, for example, in the education context, for us as a university, our challenge begins from there. We have 11 schools, and as it has been observed, all of us are now struggling to anchor ourselves to reality. And the realities of the day is being compliant with MATHAS, GIS, and remote sensing. We also have a prefect called a Commission of University Education, QA, which has also made it mandatory that for a program to be approved, especially after the initial accreditation of 2016, you must interact with the industry. And the industry are you. And your demands are that we must go this way. So you can see that all these 11 schools are struggling to integrate GIS in their several programs. And the challenge then comes that where even the human resource to teach this GIA itself, because this is a dynamic technology. So where do we get the human resource? And I will be speaking something about that. What about the technical expertise? Because we majorly run it in a lab, and we need technicians to manage the lab. Then it becomes a really challenge. So the question that I asked myself was, how do we deploy GIS and remote sensing? And because this is not a field study, I decided to use a case study of most itself to be a mirror of what is affecting most public universities and even private universities that will wish to go that route. And from where I sit, we pride ourselves in wanting to really walk this journey of GIS because it is a very unique technology and it has made implementation of one of the university mandate, which is research and community service and outreach, easier because of its ability to collect data from diverse sources, which can easily be integrated, analyzed, and even modeled, as it has been ably demonstrated by earlier speakers. And for us specifically, we leverage on these two basic types of data. They are spatial data that define the location of a feature and object on the ground. In fact, for postgraduate students, we usually insist that the study area map, it must be GIS generated. And that, in a way, has been asking us to know whether these guys went to the field in the first place And sometimes when we get experts, they can test it using the coordinates and the GPS technology to find out. Secondly, we are able to even in follow-up, if somebody says he or she piloted, we can easily zoom the areas. And that is what attracted us in really wanting to have it in our curriculum and various programs. Remote sensing, it has also been ably prosecuted, but I just want to add that for us, especially me, who is not a technical person in that area, as a manager, a facilitator of this, I get excited because of its ability to again also enable us acquire information that can be then assist us as managers to implement on critical things. Now, in education programs to address societal challenges, it's my considered view that when you look at it, GIS and remote sensing captures or capture and analyze, among others, the following elements in the rollout. Whenever people have it in programs, usually when it will come to that other bit, as I said, the third arm of university mandate is research, community outreach and service. But the other one is actually teaching, which is also very critical. And under teaching, we wish to have a deliverable, and the part of the deliverable is being useful. But under research, especially like cultural features, at the moment, as a university, we are advocating for indigenous knowledge as a way of even informing early warning systems, other solutions of disaster management. And sometimes, when you are going that route, sometimes when you are looking at communities or cultures that have rainmakers, sometimes you may have to use these technologies to map where these characters are and so forth. We are also in the process of, as we entice ourselves to the communities, we want to assist them map some of their cultural sites, like in those parts of Kenya, the western part of Kenya. We have communities that are fairly conservative, whether you are talking about Luyas or you are talking about Luos. And a number of them have cultural shrines. Our colleagues in Coast, at least the Kaya shrines have been mapped and have been almost preserved. Our colleagues in Rift Valley, we know they even have now a university that is almost anchored around that. And as we are deploying that, one of the governors in those sites, the county government of Vihiga, His Excellency Tichilo, has gone a notch higher, and using GIS and remote sensing, he has come up with one of the trending cultural artifacts. On matters security, we also really work around it. And when we are talking about security, our concern as a university across the schools, but majorly led by School of Disaster Management, we look at both human and food. Now, under security, human security, we have been persuaded, and we are using this technology although we have limitations, we have been persuaded to convince the government of the day that banditry is an economy and it must be seen as such if we want to solve bandit problem in this country. And we organized an international webinar on banditry as an economy, and some of its recommendations were picked. And that is why you saw that even when the government was deploying the intervention in parts that are facing, they go with the carrot of development and then peace follows. But we are also saying that when you take somebody to a terrain where he is seasoned, you really need to be armed with technology to even locate the hideouts. The same with the food security, which has been really worked on. Our friends in engineering deploy that when they are working on infrastructure, especially with our brothers from China. When you walk around in this country, when you see good roads in this city, even in County 37, County 39, and others, we also have flyovers, very good roads that are existing courtesy of the Chinese technology. And when we hear about then other associated organizations, then we feel that this is a table to be, because we are seeing other serious roads on matters technology in our education. Environment and livelihoods, that has been demonstrated for quite a long time, was Center for Disaster Management and Humanitarian Assistance. And floods were majorly associated with the Budalangi areas, which are part of Western. And they thought that it was not enough to have government acting from Nairobi. And they thought that establishing an academic institution in the name of Masinde Muliro University could then interface academia, government, and industry. It is a dream that is yet to come, but we believe all dreams are valid, and we continue dreaming as people of most. And I'm sure, sitting in this room since morning, and having started associating with the DRRS much earlier, and the partners thereof, I've kept saying that our dream is valid. Disease surveillance, I'm sure those who are keen during COVID, Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology was among institutions that innovated an app that was tracking runaway COVID infected persons. And we were actively involved in really assisting that part of the country in tracing and confining COVID victims. Indeed, if we were to count the share of educated members that succumbed to COVID-19, be they doctors or academia, Western Kenya had quite some bit. And that is what pushed us into developing that. And we again are on it. We have received funding from the UK, among other universities, in assisting us deploying the latest technology, including telemedicine, to assist us around that. But all said, you will find that the denominator is around GIS and remote sensing and other supportive technologies. land use, resource, and management. Again, I know in media, our parts of Mount Kenya, particularly Murang'a, Kirinyaga, Nyeri, have gotten media attention of the landslides. Equally, that part of Kenya, Western Kenya, we have had serious landslides that have buried whole villages. At the moment, we are also having active coal mines, particularly in the area of Shinyalu, which has been there for a while. In fact, when you go into that mine, inside, there are trenches that run up to 10 kilometers. So many people die there, and in the 18th graduation ceremony, His Excellency, the President, directed that as a university, we must deploy technology and see how we can manage these mine deaths, mine collapse, and so forth. Where on earth can you do that other than using GIS and remote? Therefore, we are even in the process of having on mining engineering developed. But in between, we are partnering with Pwani University and other institutions in Mombasa that have the same, so that we see how we can help our people. It's not lost that the Kenya economy depends on agriculture and natural resources, and remote sensing technology for the analysis of their potential and challenges thereof is evident. I want to confess, as a researcher, we're not doing very well on this aspect. We are not doing very well on this aspect. There is also the issue of limited resources, as I alluded to it earlier, whether or capital. And when I see partners in this room, and indeed since morning, I'll be going back to Western, a very proud person, because I've heavily networked, and I'm sure some of these challenges will be addressed. Now, specifics where our education programs have embraced that, we want to say that so many universities, as my sister and brother said, have developed geospatial information courses. And indeed, most has not been left behind, in spite of the murkier process. And we keep hoping that one day the solution will come. We also have across the 11 schools, some that anchor themselves around resource management and environmental monitoring. And to this extent, we have a specific center that has been established to harness and protect the resources around the only equatorial forest in this republic, the Kakamega forest. And its survival is entirely dependent on GIS, because at times the community has not been well rewarded, and they sabotage any form of, and therefore, when we deploy technology, we can be able to detect them and negotiate on how best we can harness this resource, Kakamega forest. We also have disasters and emergency response. I mentioned about Budalangi floods, collapse of mining sites. Truth be told, and those of you who are from the government agencies, I know media coverage now, we are talking so much about counties, Marsabit, Mandera, Isiolo, of the El Nino related or associated floods. But I can assure you that from 2019, we have over 305 households in camps because of the floods, because of that backlash of Lake Victoria. It came up, you are aware of even part of Kisumu County, most homes got submerged when in our local language, Lake Victoria claimed its space up to the 1963 boundary. This being a blend of academia and industry, I know I can't be prosecuted for talking a bit of politics, but occasionally because of being in the long side political, because of the political dynamics, Western Kenya, and when I talk about Western Kenya, I'm talking about the original Kavirondo region. They have not gotten their fair share in terms of this. But I hope with the technology now, whatever DRS is doing here and whatever ICK is doing here, this part of the country will benefit. Because even that original dream of making Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology an instant command center to handle those disasters and response there still remains unfulfilled. And I hope that the industry, the government agencies around, and academia, you will see that that part of this country and the lives therein deserves a second chance, the way others are getting it. Security and crime mapping. So many of our PhDs, and on 1st December, I will be abroad dean presenting 13 PhDs from my school. Some of these PhDs are on the radicalization happening in Lamu County. And as my sister put it, the solutions are there. People have spent time in the field, they have data. I personally supervised one of a PhDs that was done in Kerio Delta. And we spent time in the forest, including buying bulls for the Morans to get information on how banditry could be solved. And we colloquially talked of circumcising the mind instead of disarming people. It still remains to be seen. But when we get GIS and remote sensing, I'm sure a solution will be got. And finally, research-wide spectrum has also been deployed, especially on matters in environmental changes and climate change. To that extent, we have established as a university an Institute of Indigenous Knowledge, Cultural Studies, and Climate Change, led by none other than one of the luminaries of this country on matters climate change. If you Google, you will find her, Professor Josephine Haoma Ngaira. She's heading that, and we hope that with this kind of partnership and the funding coming in and deploying the correct technology, we will offer a solution. So those are the challenges, and they remain almost a repetition of what my colleagues have said. Overwhelming number of programs demanding the use of GIS lab. Most university schools now apply GIS technology across their programs. and that application of GIS and remote sensing requires high-capacity desktop computers to accommodate public softwares. In Kenya, we majorly know ArcGIS Pro. My brother Baron is here. He has really been assisting us and other partners. We hope that with the coming of these friends of ours, the baked cake will be bigger and will not scramble so much, including the high maintenance cost of desktops and, of course, the expensive software. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. A better round of applause for all our speakers. I think the point is home and dry, and what is coming out clearly is the integration of GIS and remote sensing into our curriculum or into our programs. Thank you very much, and we are now coming to the question and answer session. I believe we might be wanting some clarifications or to make some comments into our presentations. So I think we are going to have, in the interest of time, allow me to allow you to ask only 3 questions to our speakers. To be fair, I'll take one from this row, one from this row, and one from the other row. Not unless there'll be a row without a question. And I already have a hand up there. Let me bring you the mic.
Thank you so much to all our presenters. That was a good session. I have some questions and comments, but let me start with a comment. I think it is clear that we need to move towards participatory GIS, and Patricia actually had mentioned something about it, and Dr. Nabiso has also explained much about it. So it is very, very clear that we have to integrate society in our mapping. But I have a question to Dr. Coit, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, Boyd. You talked about managing consultancies. I'm wondering, from an academic standpoint, how do these consultancies affect quality of research that you do? And Dr. Nabiso had explained something about the core mandate of the university, teaching, research, and outreach. I am wondering how you're managing this particular space. You could comment on that. And a question to all the presenters. Solutions that we have, and where do we place ownership, of the solutions? A technical solution that we cannot actually talk about its ownership at the local level or where the problem is. So I'm wondering how you want to approach that in terms of ownership of this particular and speaking to connection with society. And must be Dr. Poit, because talked about, and is it because the quality is wanting, or good science, or we just don't have policy? So from where you work, how is the situation? And lastly, it was full of case studies, so thank you. And Sinde Muliro has not realized its dreams. Is it marginalization, as you pointed out at some point? Is it we don't leverage? And I'm closing with the participatory mapping. And Dr. Patricia, thank you, because you talked about transdisciplinary approach. And I believe that is the future of GIS. Because even as academia opens up, The question is, to what extent are we opening up to society? You know? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are quite a number of questions. Is there a question from this row? And from that you don't say I was biased. Thank you very much. I think you sum it up. Okay. This row wants to have two people asking the questions. Just let me allow them, and kindly let that be the last one, because the gentleman has summarized.
Ask a question but a comment. For application of remote sensing and GIS, we need to emphasize on the competency development from theory to real application on real-time situations, solution, finding programs. Because sometimes you can teach GIS, but then even the people who graduate may not know where to apply, how to apply. I think we must be very, very much sure or a degree and then move out. And when they are here, they are not able even to make sense of what they have done. So finding situations, it will produce very competent people who can.
Thank you very much, Mr. Masachi, for the comment. I'll give you the opportunity to address the 5 or 6 questions that have been raised.
Yeah, so I don't know the name of the person who asked these questions, but and I think I've been communicating with him. Some of them will be answered. Well, I appreciate that participatory GIS is actually the way to go. It's happening, and for us in the academia, I think we are involving the community even to do some projects. So most of the research proposal that we submit is within the neighborhood of our university, and we involve the community even in data collection. So that is already a participatory GIS. So it's good that you are commending that. Now, when you asked about managing consultancies, yes, it's a very big question, and I say that it's not easy. It's not like we are fighting with the industry or really pushing the private sector who are doing most of these things, but we are also involved. We feel like we have something to do and offer in terms of the specific consultancies that we look for. Now, we have a structure. It's not like we are using the university to do that. University is basically to overtraining, research, and support in terms of education. But then within the same university, there is a structure which has been developed so that it can manage these kind of things. And that's why I would say under my center where I am, it's only, we enhance the linkages with the industry, we look for research grants, we also look for these consultancies. But now when we go to the consultancies, we are not directly taking it to the university. The university has created a company. So there's a company called Dekut Enterprise Limited. So it's registered, illegal, and this one, so ownership is there in everything that we produce.
Is yet to realize its stream, but we continue moving. And that is not a secret, especially if you are in this country. From government. And also, I want when you leave this place, some are rusting in shelves. It communicates academic freedom to talk. That's why you are seeing consultancy. Yes, universities, because of our now mandate to generate our own funds. And for record purposes, universities, public, as far as I know, for you to be promoted to become a professor, forget about publications and other works. You must attract 10 million. Now, umeiva, they can. So that means that sometimes when you go to consultancy, you meet friends like yourselves, and then people will say, no, there's some fun. We collaborate. We quickly come up with a research team, and part of that money hits. That is the only fair way. Dons can hone their skills. Deliver a product. And you can only be paid after you have delivered a product that the customer is satisfied with. Forget about sometimes nakupeta kusaidia. So true consultancy is a genuine way of us generating income for our universities and honing skills for ourselves. Very serious things, that mushrooms. But we are waiting for serious partners to come and give our funds. Poor dons, led by Professor Sikot, we don't have that kind of money.
Well, I think Dr. Nabiswa has spoken quite well about the last question, about the challenges, or rather what extent academia opening up to society. I think we're really open. And I think for me, you go to the electrical department, I think one thing that I'm seeing that you're finding students, for example, someone developing a glove, move your hand and then you're able to understand what this deaf person is saying. I would really want to see the industries. If, for example, we have local manufacturing companies for, let's say, Isuzu, let's say the assembly, they're coming to the university. I know at KU, at the engineering, developing a few things here, but how that now goes out is how willing and ready is the private sector, as well as government, with challenges. Because, for example, like in Europe, that is where, I mean, if a company, Mercedes, needs the latest to update something, they go to the university, and they're willing to probably fund this project for a period of time, let's say 2 years, 3, 4, however long. In that. So for the university, you go out and you write a grant, and that's how you get the money in. And that is where now the link normally comes. Willing, but there's still a challenge of the uptake and good collaboration.
They've answered all the 5 questions that were raised. Rest of time, kindly allow me to say that in case you have any further question, they are still here. You can break. So let's give them a round of applause. Take back seats. Thank you very much. Can you also clap for me? I've moderated the session so well. Allow me to invite Mr. Imala to make a comment. But before that, I believe you know yourselves. Kindly ensure that you register with Geoffrey before you leave. Maybe Geoffrey, you can just stand up once more so that they see you.
Another applause again. I think they really deserve that. Applause, Rema. Such team. Dr. Boyd, Dr. Nabiso, and Patricia. Thank you very much for the good presentations. We look forward to actually collaborating with you further. We have already signed an MOU with the Data and Kimathi University of Science and Technology, but we are just almost signing with Masinde Muliro, and then the next one will be my sister. So I think we'll need to keep the fire burning towards those collaborations. I was just talking to Gordon. He was asking, it seems this geospatial delegates in Kenya are very patient. Gordon, we are very disciplined. We will be here until the last minute. I think we need to clap for ourselves for actually staying up to this time. Thank you very much. So allow me just to make a few announcements. One of them, I just want to reiterate what Marceline has said, that there's a registration form with the Geoffrey Ocheng, who is registering the GIS trainees for tomorrow training at DRSRS. With him, so that you can be issued with the trial licenses for our records. Then too, I also want to mention that we have 2 events going on outside. One of them is an exhibition of posters by DRSRS. And I want to call upon the following from DRSRS. Geoffrey Ocheng, you'll stand at the crop forecasting poster during the tea break. Robert Nyarondo, you'll also stand at the forest mapping poster. Mr. Joseph Njenga and Peterson Chipilklot, the area survey for wildlife and livestock resource mapping in Kenya. Mr. David Kiama and Magdalene Gitau, mapping and monitoring of vegetation and land degradation. Lastly, we also have a poster on Jasamiti app for monitoring of tree planting in Kenya, which will be exhibited by Alphonse Mutuku. So kindly please take up those posters as we go for tea. Number 2 also, we are streaming live this event. And I just want, Jeff, maybe if you can carry up your hand, for those of you who want to access the link so that you can share with your colleagues and platforms, please, you can see him so that he can share with you the link for the live streaming. Number 3 also, Supermap are also having live demonstrations in the VIP room by Jeffrey. Have developed so that you can interact and also exchange contacts with them. And I will also want to call upon on the next session. Thank you.
On behalf of GOMA, Supermaps and DRSRS, we want to thank you for allowing us feed you. I think the food was very nice. In hospitality, we normally say that we try to make you comfortable away from your homes, which I think we have done it. Now, our 4 o'clock tea is there. We'll take tea where we took in the morning. Those who took in this room will just go straight there, and the ones who took at the tent, they will go there. Thank you so much.
very philanthropic and who refuse to be old. Kama mimi. I would want like 5 volunteers to come here. We'll just do something small for like 2 minutes. You won't be answering a technical question, so kindly come here if you feel philanthropic. Is that we are covering a broad spectrum. We have from very young people to very experienced people to those of us who are in between. For volunteers, I think I know almost all your names. I've met most of you in one way or the other, so don't make me choose you. Kindly, let's volunteer. It is just a very small, fun activity, and in the interest of time, please, 3 more people. Si ukuje. The ladies in the room, we cannot have this conversation of gender equality if you don't show up here. It ends today. You either come here on stage or you never speak about inclusivity again. Helen, will you please represent us? One lady. I can see so many beautiful faces. DRSRS mko wapi? Yeah. It's unfortunate I'm the shortest. Welcome to the evening forum. I think this session, we're going to make it as interesting as possible. Kindly let's make it interactive and let's be attentive. One of the things I like doing is working out, and what we usually say is, let us have a strong finish. Like when you're finishing, you need to, that is the time unafaa kumalizia sasa fasa, sindio? So let's have some energy, the energy you've reserved all day. So this is what we'll be doing. Everyone will be participating, but this team here is going to be demonstrating what you people will be doing. So what you're going to do right now, I stood and I'm like, oh, my back is aching, I think age, you know? And one of the fun things to do to relax is just a little bit of exercise. So we're going to be making the word coconut. So this is how we do it. We start with my team here. This is my agile team of 5. It's very balanced. Please, I don't want the gap. Oh, yeah, that. Oh, too bad. Now the gap is allowed. Okay, so what we do is we make the word coconut. So C. And then working out is all about teamwork. So which direction do we go to for C? again. O, N, U. Do you know what is interesting about letter N? There are actually people, and Alphonse, I'll quote you here. Alphonse, would you mind coming? There are actually people who are not able to touch their toes. Let's go with a small n. Don't look for the capital one. So N, U, and T. Okay, let's go with this one. Okay, are you ready? Kindly observe because you're going to be standing up and doing that. So my team begins. So let's start now. I think we have it figured, right? So, So strong C. O. C again. O. N. U. And T. Clap for them. One more time. And then now everyone can stand. Okay, everyone stand up in the interest of time. Let's join them. I hope you saw what we are doing. It feels good, right? Working out however small, it always feels good. So let's start with C. C. O. C again. O. N. U. And T. I'm a mom, so I know how to do that. Okay, don't sit so fast. I mean, at times I feel the effect of the workout. Okay, the last one now. C. C. O. C again. O. N. U. And T. Good. Clap for yourself. Thank you. It feels nice, right? Okay. My name is Damaris. I'm from Damaris Wangari. I'm a Geospatial Data Management Officer at the Directorate of Resource Service and Sensing, DRSRS, in the Remote Sensing Division. All protocols observed. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this event and people who are sitting at the back who've been doing very nice work to make sure that everything is running smoothly. And for now, we have the director. Actually, I like speaking about Sustainable Development Goals a lot. And the last one is Goal 17, right? And it's about partnerships. In the interest of fulfilling partnerships, we have the director for IROCO Analytics. I would wish to welcome the Chief Executive Officer, Jules Caron, to come for like 1 minute kindly and introduce yourself. We are in the process of establishing a memorandum of understanding with them, and we've been working with so many partners because after they made the 16 goals, we're like, okay, no poverty, no zero, good health and well-being, and the others, climate actions. So what now? And SDG 17 answers the so what. It's the synthesis of the 16 SDGs. It's when we decide how do we now accomplish, how do we achieve these SDGs. So, Jules, welcome. As he comes on stage, the owner of KDA 541F, kindly you required outside.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being here, and thanks for the invite. I'm sure you're quite tired, so I'll make my intervention brief. About me, I'm a CEO of a company called IROCO Analytics. We're a very young company, but based on investor and customer interest, we're probably onto something which is big. What we do is we develop and scale high-quality carbon offset reforestation projects in Africa. We already have a project in Cameroon. We're looking at Somalia, and we're also talking with various partners in Kenya to see if we can develop this here. Now, I won't talk about how we're different, but I'm happy to meet afterwards if you want. But I just really want to briefly touch on why we see as our collaboration with DRSR as key, really, for Kenya to reach its 15 billion trees, 15 billion trees, 10 million hectares, 2032 ambition. So again, there are a lot of issues, problems with project development. I don't want to get into those. Happy to discuss bilaterally. But I really like thinking about this figure of 15 billion trees or 10 million hectares. If you think about that the average project size, ARR, so reforestation project size in Africa, the average is around 5,000 hectares. So going from 5,000, if we go with this average to reach 10 million, you're looking at 2,000 projects. That is obviously extremely ambitious and maybe not really feasible. Who has in this country, in this planet, the capacity to run 2,000 reforestation projects? So this is what our collaboration will, by collaborating with DRSRS, we think we can actually solve this bottleneck. And chiefly, this is how we're thinking of working. We have developed a platform called the Africa Reforestation Platform, which identifies the most promising reforestation sites or carbon sites in specific countries. We do so by triangulating 3 data sets. Now, everybody talks about, we're talking about forests, we're talking about carbon, but you actually need 3 separate data sets. The first is, well, yes, obviously carbon and forests. You want to plant where you can get trees. The second, just as important, is to scale. What you want to do actually is work with existing initiatives. And I've spent 10 years in mostly Central Africa, but now 1 year in Kenya. I've traveled all around, and everywhere I go, people. Everywhere I go, people talk about. There are existing initiatives, often community-led, often very good quality. These communities have heard of the carbon market, they don't really know how do we access this capital. So triangulate carbon with existing initiatives and capacities, and chiefly with land use. And identifying those by these 3 data sets combined allow you to find the best sites, and allows you to work with the communities so that they develop their PDDs, and we help them access this international market. So that's our project. So thank you, DRSRS. I look forward to working with you. I want to close with one fact. We talk often about governance, we talk about capacity, we talk about corruption and ailing African forestry efforts. That's true. But what nobody talks about is lack of resources. That is, for us, is the core problem. And the one fact which I find absolutely scandalous is that the Democratic Republic of Congo has half of Africa's forest cover. The Ministry of Environment, responsible for managing 1 out of 2 African trees, has a budget which is smaller than New York Central Park. Our objective really is, through this platform, open up this market to African communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jules. What you're doing is amazing and good. We really appreciate, and we look forward to a very fruitful collaboration with Iroko Analytics. Let me take this opportunity to welcome the next presenters. In this session, you're going to have international organization, and most interestingly, the private sector. I think collaborations are about creating synergies, and we moved from academia, this government, and then now we are international organizations and private sector. And someone made a mention of civil societies, but I think they are represented here. But for now, I want to invite very accomplished people over here to come on stage. I'll start with someone who heads the African cities, resilient African cities, and actually resilience, it's actually what? R2R. So resilience, and then there is race to zero. Helen. She works with one of my classmates. Helen, to be an honor to have you presenting to us today. Kindly welcome her on stage. And then Helen will be presenting together with Rory Hunter in the spirit of teamwork. Rory, kindly join Helen. Welcome them with a clap again. And then the next presenter after Helen will be Rispa Mutuku. Rispa, I can see you somewhere from Locate IT. Kindly come on stage. And the last presenter will be Steve Omondi, Craft Africa. Steve, I'm not sure if he's still around. Okay. In case Steve comes, he'll join them. But for the time being, Helen from World Resource Institute, they'll be talking about application of GIS and remote sensing for research-based approaches towards environmental protection, restoration, and building resilience for communities. After that, we'll have RISPA talk about development of geospatial tools for natural resource management. I like the number, the ladies are many this time round. And so, without any further ado, I would love to welcome Helen Wanjohi. Have the stage. Kindly. Sit to pick up my coffee.
Just checking, can you hear me? Now, I generally like interaction. So I want to warn you before I begin that I might pick on people to answer some questions. I hope that threat is good enough to keep us awake. Is it? Yes. And I promise the questions will only be from the presentation. Sawa? No, just checking. Are we still awake? This is the disadvantage of being assigned some of the last slots in the day, but we hope you'll be able to walk the journey with us. I think as we begin to represent, today we've had a lot from the state agencies, from providers of GIS solutions, from academia. But we want to also bring in the perspective of, where geo-solutions have been put in practice. My name is Helen Wanjohi. I work for the World Resources Institute, leading our resilience work in cities, and will be presenting together with my colleague, Rory Hunter, who also leads our nature-based solutions work in Africa. So we'll begin really quickly by just telling you what we do, so that you can understand where we are coming from with our presentation. And so we'll just take you through 30 seconds of what our strategy in Africa looks like. We are a global research institution, but we work in Africa. And these are the 3 pillars around which we work. We are interested in our vital landscapes, so our forests, our land, supply of food. We're also very interested in the other angle, the cities, because we know Africa is the most rapidly urbanizing continent in the world. So we are really interested in ensuring that the African cities are resilient, but acknowledging that all this must happen within a system supported by enabling systems such as energy. So that's the background across which we work. So today we'd like to speak to 2 case studies. And the first one will be our land restoration monitoring work under the banner of AFR 100. And I'll tell you really shortly what AFR 100 is. So I think, as we all know, for those of us who come from Africa, we know that Africa is, the most degraded continent because we have degraded our lands. And there's research that shows that over a half, 65% of sub-Saharan Africa alone, the land that's arable within that zone has become too damaged to support even food production. And we are actively degrading these lands, costing ourselves in the form of a lot of losses to a tune of over 56 billion annually. But we always look at the positive. So Africa itself has over 750 million hectares of land that's suitable for restoration, which is the largest opportunity in the world. And you'll see there's a figure, there's a chart down there that just compares the continents and shows you that we are sitting on the landmine to address the restoration and the climate change problem in the world. I hope we're still together, right? Are we still together? Till there, right? So African leaders, with a lot of partners, said, okay, this is the situation. What could be a potential solution? And in comes AFR 100. So AFR 100 was endorsed in 2015 at COP21 in Paris by African heads of state. Before I come to how we did it, these are some of the successes of AFR 100 between 2016 and 2021. 34 African countries committed to restore higher than the goal. Remember, it was AFR 100, the 100 being 100 million hectares. They committed to restore more than that, 128 million hectares. 15 countries were able to map the priority areas for restoration. 10 countries were able to include within their national strategies and budgets, and 6 countries were able to develop baselines and monitoring systems to track land restoration. So I think this is I think quite impressive, and we also select and support locally led enterprises and communities that are involved in land restoration. So we have a platform for AFR 100. It has an interactive map, so you're able to see what's happening in the different countries, and this is people-led African restoration. As I said, we are even almost at 130 million hectares, and I think it continues to grow. So how do we do this? One, WRI has global data sets and global tools to generate data. And some of our platforms include, and you can check them out online, we have Global Forest Watch, where you can see a lot of data from tree cover and trends and forms. And we also have another one such as Aqueduct. Aqueduct looks at water stress and water risk at different forms of resolution. And from all our platforms, they have, for instance, it's not just trees. You're able to see, what's the tree cover like, but in the cropland areas, in the urban areas. So I think that's part of the thing that we do. But for us, the critical thing is not about the number of trees. I think it's not just about cities, countries committing and saying we will plant 100 million trees, right? We care about the sustainability, and so the monitoring is really critical. And I'd like to welcome my colleague, Rory, to tell you how, we use methodologies to be able to monitor, report, but also verify. Welcome, Rory.
Thank you, Helen. Yes, and that was a critical question. I mean, you saw it at the end of 2021, there was 5 million hectares under restoration through the AFR 100 program. But what does that really mean? What are the multiple methods of doing that restoration? How do we monitor tree planting, the success of tree growing going forward? So that's been a key focus of WRI Africa over the last couple of years, working with our partners. So one of the key steps is that through the AFR 100, we set up TerraMatch to issue 100 grants to small-scale enterprises and local communities to restore, restore projects across Africa. So we set up a platform where those partners then submit reports, including GIS data, polygons, and then we aggregate all that data so that we can start tracking the success of all those different projects. We use a number of different indicators. So as Helen mentioned, we didn't want to just look at the number of trees planted, the types of species planted, or the areas restored. We wanted to look at, because we're working with SMEs and local communities, we wanted to know that the AFR 100 was creating jobs. We wanted to see that there was livelihood benefits. So often a lot of the restoration projects might have, but also agroforestry to provide socio-economic benefits, food security, but also in generating income. We also wanted to see that some of those SMEs, through doing AFR 100, have been able to grow their business. So by providing them with a loan, are they in a better financial position now to be able to receive financing to do more restoration at a larger scale. So they were some of the benefits. And as our friend from mentioned earlier, for a couple of the projects we're looking to measure some of the carbon sequestered. These are even more small-scale projects than what was mentioned earlier, but whether it's possible, I'm not an expert on the carbon markets, but whether it's possible to start aggregating 4 or 5 smaller projects into one is something we're looking at with how we measure that. We also wanted to, because we're restoring degraded landscapes, we also wanted to know that the ecosystem services were being restored. So if we're working in a watershed or a catchment, we wanted to make sure that those projects were improving water quality, improving water availability for local communities. So we set up a number of broad indicators to measure the success of the AFR 100. So this is, I don't know if you can see these maps here, but obviously we wanted to establish a baseline. So looking back over 10 years, the number of hectares that could potentially be restored, the percentage of tree cover and tree cover loss. But then we wanted to set up a system where that after years 3 and year 6, we could detect change in terms of tree cover. So we had our baseline, year 3, year 6, and then we keep monitoring going forward. And that's quite difficult. As you know, I saw the poster out there measuring the 15 billion trees, which DRSRS has set up a system to start managing. And some of the complications are obviously in years 0, but it's quite hard to detect how those seedlings are growing. So you need to use a combination of different technologies. So in year 3, we proposed using drone surveys, geotag photos, people on the ground actually observing that those seedlings are growing successfully. And also there's an opportunity in those years 0 to 2 to create jobs for local communities in helping to water, to do mulching, to do weeding on those seedlings in the early stages. And then as the trees start to grow, and this varies for different tree species, but as the trees start to grow, you can start measuring the success using remote sensing, complemented by doing those on-the-ground surveys. So some of this is just an example of a field verification visit in Malawi. You can see there we've used some drone imagery from above. We've created some polygons at the sites. We've done field plot monitoring. We've observed some of the seedlings. So that occurs across the program, and it's a very important part of making sure that what we see from space can be verified on the ground, and most importantly that the restoration projects are generating livelihood and socioeconomic benefits. So we also started tracking quantitative information about new jobs that have been created, new businesses that could have potentially been set up. So if an agroforestry was done in one of the projects, then did that create new industries for transport, for marketing, for refrigeration of those goods. So we're looking quite broadly at some of the socioeconomic benefits. We wanted to know about the nature of the jobs and whether the local communities or SMEs had been able to increase their capacity and skills to not just do restoration, but use restoration as a business. And then quantitative information through surveys about the financial health of those SMEs. The idea is that by giving them the grants or loans, they're in a better position to be able to receive more financing and funding to do larger restoration projects in the future. So that's all I have time for on the monitoring of the AFR 100. We thought we'd just give you one more case study from some of our work in the energy sector in Kenya. So I'll hand over to my colleague Helen again. Thank you.
Thank you, Rory. And so we've shown you one case study on land restoration. And that's why we showed you, remember this at the start, what our strategy is like, so that you understand why we will be presenting a different sector, which in this case is energy. So we have something called the Energy Access Explorer. And so our aim at WRI is to do something different. A lot of people in the energy sector, they do supply side. They look at the supply of energy. How can we, what's the supply of solar, supply of this? But ours, we are now focused on the other side, which is to drive demand. And so we are working with county governments and policymakers at the Ministry of Environment, to work out that energy and development nexus. And so we have a geospatial tool called the Energy Access Explorer. It's an open, interactive, and online platform. So you can look it up again, which aims to accelerate energy access in underserved and unserved areas. The aim is to visualize energy demand and supply. One, so that the people who are in charge of planning for electricity and other forms of energy, they have critical planning data, but also for off-grid developers to begin to see where do people live who are potential customers, so that they begin to understand what's the demand for other alternative forms of energy, and to help the development financial institutions to identify where the potential would be to achieve the highest impact if they come in and support. So that's what the Energy Access Explorer aims to achieve, and we use a variety of spatial data from different sources, scales, and formats. So from open source data, satellite imagery, global sources, etc. That just captures different elements on energy demand and access. As I said, if you look online, you'll be able to see what exists on the platform in relation for energy. And as I said, the aim for this Explorer is to be able to support strategic and integrated energy planning, expansion of clean energy markets by providing this data to people who can provide solutions, impact investment, and a bottom-up assessment of the energy needs. And so just to show for Kenya, because this program is running in different countries, so we are doing it in very many countries. We're just showing you today the example of Kenya. So for Kenya, it was launched in 2019 with over 50 geospatial data. It's linked to the Ministry of Energy's SETA program. That's an EU-funded program. So we always try to connect and influence existing national policy. And it integrates data collection tools from, for instance, Kobo, for those of you who know Kobo, that is used for data collection. And I think we are also training the local stakeholders, who include the counties themselves, and the Ministry of Energy, and the different parastatals that are involved in energy on both the front end and back end use of this platform. So just a sample, and so this is just a sample of the data that exists. We have data on population, we have socioeconomic data, resource availability, using different indicators, infrastructure networks, the distribution, the mini grids, accessibility. So we have different indicators. What are the protected areas, financial service providers, and other high resolution, multi-criteria analysis to see what is useful. So I think that's what we wanted to share. You can access the Energy Access Explorer online and just look at it more. We also have the third pillar I talked about on cities, but because of time, we won't go into that. But we have plans in Nairobi. You know that the government of Kenya established the Nairobi Rivers Commission, and part of the Gazette notice appoints the World Resources Institute. We were appointed as an advisory member to the Nairobi Rivers Commission. So we are working with the commission really closely. One, we've supported them in development of their rivers restoration and regeneration strategy, but we'll also be working with them to develop a framework, one, to assess the water and heat risks, but also critically to identify nature-based opportunities in Nairobi and how to design bankable NBS projects. And for this, we still consider geospatial mapping and our partnership with DRSRS as a really critical pathway to achieve that. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for listening to us. We tricked you. We are not asking you questions. We just wanted you to stay awake. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen and Rory. That was a really good presentation. In the interest of time, kindly for those people who have questions, just be noting them down. In the next session, during the plenary, you will be able to submit your questions. Right now, I'd like to welcome Rispa Mutuku from Locate IT.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rispa Mutinda. I am the front-end engineer and GIS developer at Locate IT. I'll be representing Ms. Vivian Mehta, who is not available today. So I'll be presenting on development of geospatial tools for natural resource management. Okay, so about Locate IT, as a company, we are a GeoICT company that offers cutting-edge geomatics products, services, and solutions. Our mission is to be a premier company that transforms communities in Africa through provision of innovative geospatial technology, technology-driven solutions. Our vision is to provide highly sophisticated yet simple space technologies and geomatics products and services that positively impact the society. So in terms of the products, services, and solutions, one, we provide space and geomatics-driven products and services which incorporate geographic information systems, Earth observation, positioning, and navigation. We also develop GeoICT solutions. So they come in terms of geoportals, interactive web maps and dashboards, location-based mobile apps, and data collection mobile apps. We also provide environmental and developmental modeling services, which include cater for climate change, land degradation, wetland monitoring, forest monitoring, wind erosion, water management, disaster management, etc. We also came up with a mapographics publication, which is a collection of infographics and maps, and also statistics about the aforementioned phenomena. So some of our projects, which are in line with the theme of what I'm presenting, and the European Union Horizon 2020, we have the Enhancing Food Security in African Agricultural Systems with the support of remote sensing, known as Africultures. We also have under GMES and Africa, the Wetlands Monitoring and Assessment of Transboundary Basins in Southern Africa, known as WIMAST, which is a geoportal that enables monitoring of wetlands and basins in the Southern African region. We also have the second one called Tropical Forest Surveillance Monitoring Information Service, TROFMIS, which caters for countries in the IGAD region in monitoring of the tropical forests. Under France and Africa partnership, we have Kilimo, that is Kenyan Innovation for Low Input Maize Production, which caters for smallholder farmers in Kenya. So as I previously mentioned, our services are delivered in three forms. We have Earth observation tools as geoportals and dashboards, which incorporate high-resolution products from Sentinel and other sensors. We also incorporate data sets and indicators to support various phenomena and also ancillary data sets. The second tool is an Earth observation tool as a monitoring and assessment service, monitoring of different phenomena and natural resources, such as wetlands, forests, water resources, and so on, and also the changing of the environment. The third one is Earth observation tools as a mobile app. We have the mobile applications for visualization purposes and also to support validation. We want to see if what we are monitoring using space is what is actually on the ground, and that is what we use for mobile applications. So I'll go into the tropical forests TROFMIS application, which supports the countries in IGAD, that is Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, South Sudan, Tanzania, and Uganda. So it helps to monitor and assess tropical forests in relation to forest coverage and status, forest canopy changes in deriving forest activity. Is there a deforestation? Is there a loss? Is there a gain? Is there regrowth? Also in estimating of the carbon emission and carbon flux, which can be as a result of either decomposition in the forest or a disturbance, such as wildfires and logging, etc. We also have automated forest canopy disturbance and monitoring for RED Plus reporting. This was done using Sentinel-1 datasets. A second tool which we've developed is called COGEOS, which aims to identify coastal features to enhance coastal monitoring capabilities, tracking changes in the terrestrial and bethnic cover, and also shorelines to better inform management strategies. You can scan that code to actually access the portal. Next is MISLAND, which is a geoportal that aims at monitoring the land degradation for the whole of Africa. So this project is equipped to monitor SDG indicator 15.3.1 to measure the extent of land degradation in relative to the total area. I'll speak in depth about WeMust. As I said earlier, it's a platform to monitor the wetlands in the Southern African region. This product is called the Basin Vulnerability Index, which is the main and actually the most important index when it comes to monitoring or assessing rather the health of a basin. The main indicators are categorized into three, that is exposure indicators, sensitivity indicators, and resilience. So under exposure, we have land use, land cover, we have vegetation cover, we have wetland extent. We also have under sensitivity water quality, the turbidity index, the suspended sediments, and also the soil moisture index. Under resilience factors, we have the burnt area index, which is a product of farms, standard precipitation index, and also undulation. All these indicators informs actually the monitoring of a specific wetland. So this wetland that you're seeing here is called Kuvelai. The product you're seeing is actually a comparison of the Basin Vulnerability Index of 2000 and between the wet season and the dry season. So I'll speak about the Basin Health Assessment, which, as I said, is a result of the Basin Vulnerability Index, which is actually determined by the Vegetation Quality Index, 4 main indicators: Vegetation Quality Index, Climate Quality Index, Soil Quality Index, and the Management Quality Index. All these indices have sub-indices. So for the soil quality, we have the drainage, we have the soil depth, rock fragments, texture, parent material, and slope gradient. All these combined will lead to our soil quality index. For the climate quality, we have the rainfall, aridity index, and also the temperature. All combined will come up with the climate quality. Under vegetation, we have NVI. Fire risk, we have soil erosion protection, drought resistance, and plant cover. And management quality, we have land use, land cover mainly. So the combination of all these indicators will come up with the Basin Vulnerability Index. And on the right, you can see a map of the 4 main basins of the BVI. So you can see the areas in red represent areas that are highly vulnerable. Areas in the light shade represent areas that are less vulnerable, and the blue areas represent water bodies. So the maps are not really enough, so we have to actually disseminate this information to people, and long are the days where we just depend on paper maps. So after this, we'll actually now transfer this data and these maps into a storage, a backend. So we'll actually have to have a backend and a front end. So the backend will actually house all these indicators and data, of which now the front end will have to make API calls to the backend and visualize this data and have interactive maps instead of just static maps, which I will go into right now. So as you can see, this is a product of vegetation cover. for a basin called Zambezi. The indicator is exposure, sub-indicator is vegetation cover. The satellite is Landsat. You can choose between Landsat and Sentinel. The year is 2016 and the season is wet. So you can see this is the area. The red areas represent areas that have low density vegetation, and areas in green represent areas of high vegetation. On your right, we have a statistics panel where you can see the NDVI values, which range from -1 to 1. You can see the minimum value, you can see the maximum, and actually the mean. This portal also supports time series monitoring. Values from 2016 up to 2022, you can be able to see how the NDVI has been performing from 2016 to 2022. And this is actually possible not only for the vegetation cover index, but also for each and every visualization, whereby if you can see
where everything that everyone has been talking about too, we have been alluding to Spatial, NGIS, and remote sensing. Right now, as I introduce my colleague to take us through the next session, I send you forth to go and conquer the world. You have everything, and now you can go everywhere and make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Let's applause that, please. So, in the interest of time, maybe I will take one question. Only one question, please. Let me see those 4 questions first so that I will be able to select. Since there are 3, maybe the 3 hands.
Thank you. Mine is a very quick one, and thank you for the presenters. First is to appreciate the WRI for the data that they provide. We actually use your data so much in the studies and research. But then I have a question on the AFR 100 landscapes. So I was wondering whether this degradation is done per country or say basins, and then now you mine them, or you run for the countries that you are looking at. And then maybe a very good question of interest: why did you leave out the northern part of Africa?
Okay, yeah, so thank you so much. I also want to support my colleague in terms of WRA making their data open access. I think we have benefited a lot as the University of Nairobi. We have benefited. How did you develop your indicators, especially around qualitative and quantitative? In terms of could you please expand a bit about what that meant? And lastly, to invite you to our multidimensional index framework that we are developing as the African Conservation Center. And I think it speaks to what you've done, and we shall actually leverage so much on your expertise and experience in that space. Thank you.
Thank you. Mine is more of a comment rather than a question to WRI as well. First of all, let me start by appreciating the work that you guys do under AFIL
But then the issue here is this degraded landscape is spread across different ecosystems. And therefore, I believe that the restoration efforts should also be different. And that's why when we have a forum like this that is having a diverse expertise, we should be thinking on having a way of even creating forums also to look at the other restoration efforts. Right now, the tree planting might be the most lucrative one, or the one that is most viable, especially due to the 15 billion trees by the year 2032. But then the question again would be, after we've reforested all, because when we talk about restoration, we are restoring a land that was a landscape that was there but was degraded. So after we've finished restoring all the forested areas, what are we going to do? Are we going to change the ecosystems, convert the grasslands to forest lands, convert the croplands to forest lands? That's my contribution, and maybe we can proceed with this discussion further in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Marceline. So maybe I'll start with the WRI. Could you kindly react to those questions?
I think let me take the toughest one, which is why did we leave out North Africa? Remember that WRI is not the owner of AFR 100, it is country-led. So countries must themselves commit, and you all are aware of the geopolitics of North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa. Of course, we do have, in the diversity of the different ecosystems, we also do have countries in the Sahel that are part of AFR 100, such as Mali, Niger, Chad, and Sudan, which you know, of course, have they are more in the transition zone between North Africa and Sub-Saharan, but they are part of Sub-Saharan Africa. So I think that one is over and beyond and is more a political, alignment to our restoration initiative. I think I'll pass to Rory to take the more qualitative one. Thanks.
Thank you. And yeah, really good question on the indicators, and it really is something we're still thinking through. So, for these set of projects, it's hard to measure, those longer-term impacts to biodiversity, to water quality, to water quantity in the first few years. So we're thinking through what's a good quantitative indicator. But we've consulted, obviously, with conservation groups. We do encourage you to get involved if you have some good ideas, particularly around ecosystem services or measuring biodiversity. And that touches also on the other question around just focusing on tree planting, and that's something we want to do through this monitoring as well. We don't want to find out in 5 years' time that all the tree planting we've done has been agroforestry, and that's had an impact on water quality or on biodiversity. Another one of our projects we're working on in Johannesburg is basically removing a lot of the alien tree species like eucalyptus from the catchments there to then improve water availability. So not by planting the same species again, but by looking at the combination of grasslands, trees, croplands. So I think we're still, quite frankly, I think we're still on a bit of a journey about, how do you balance biodiversity, socio-economic benefits, because like in all reforestation efforts, you often need that buffer zone around the forest where local communities can still access the forest for non-timber forest products. So I think, if you have any great ideas, we're happy to work the journey with you. One thing we found with the first phase of AFR 100 is we had 100 projects spread out all over across 34 countries. So now in the second phase, we've selected 3 priority landscapes. So one's here in Kenya, the Greater Rift Valley, the Ruzizi Basin, which covers DRC, Rwanda and Burundi, and then the Cocoa Belt in Ghana. So we want to make sure that we have an impact and we can see that we're having positive impact, and if there's negative impacts, we want to make sure we can mitigate them early. So, yeah, thanks a lot for those really thoughtful questions, and they're the sort of questions we've been asking ourselves in-house as well. We have quite robust discussions about, what are the best indicators, how do we incorporate local...
so that they can you. Yeah. So that will be your coordinator tomorrow during the training. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to pass my regards to Supermap team, particularly Gordon. I know, Gordon, you have been here for the last 2 weeks. since you came from Beijing. And we have done a lot of work with you to prepare for this conference, together with Jeffrey and Emma. Thanks for the teamwork, at least we have been able to achieve. Just to mention delegates is that Supermap is also planning so that we can visit the institutions and even build more synergy and collaboration. Before we come to the question, I'd like to invite Captain John Otto. Captain John Otto is our pilot for DSRS. I know most of you maybe are not aware that we have pilots. So he's one of our pilots. I would like him to give a vote of thanks before I welcome my director, Mr. Charles Tuma, to close the ceremony. Thank you, Captain.
Good evening, everybody. Mine will not be much. It's just to pass a vote of thanks. I would want first to start with acknowledging the person who opened this conference. That is the Principal Administrative Secretary in the person of Mr. Nyamurata, under the office, the Executive Office of the President, for gracing and opening this important conference. Next to thank is the Supermap through its president, Lu Jiawang, and his wonderful team for this wonderful innovation. Again, I would also want to thank DLSLS through its director for facilitating this wonderful conference, and also the team that was instrumental in putting in place whatever went allowed today, led by Mr. Imala. All universities that were represented, that we have Dedan Kimathi, represented by Dr. Boyd, Dr. Mwagi, and also all the students that had time and contributed in this. All government agencies represented, we appreciate your presence and the input that you put in the conference. FAO, Mr. FAO, also, we appreciate you, and ISK under Dr. Mwange. Other private organizations, that agencies, locate IT, Dulu Lispa Mutuko, Craft Steve, Craft Africa under Steve Omodi, and the World Resource Institute under Helen Wajohi and Mr. Hunter. The moderators of the day did a fantastic job, led by Imala, Lucy, Masirin, Boke, there's Amos, and also Damaris. That was fantastic. In conclusion, I would want also to thank my colleagues from the Directorate who have been patient throughout, and in that case, everybody else. Everybody who has stayed up to this time is really appreciated, and thank you so much for your time. What I can say is that as a people, we are not meant to separate, but join together and collectively enhance the well-being of humanity. Because all that was being discussed today or was being showcased is about gathering and collecting information that will definitely make an impact in the resources and the environment of man. And if anything is positive to humanity, then longevity of man will definitely be assured. We can enlarge indeed or contract in all that we do according to circumstances of time, place or abilities in what we do. But in all that we do, we should never stop taking action on depending on our thoughts and our imagination, because our imaginations are the ones that are going to bring a difference in whatever difference that must be made. In conclusion, I want to say that there is no person who ever climbed a mountain by jumping, but rather by making small, deliberate steps up, so that at least you can get to the peak. And once you get to the peak, you will have the view of the world. And once you are at the head of the world, know that you are not there to be seen, but to offer solutions to humanity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Captain John Wathua, for those remarks. As I welcome Director Mr. Charles Tuma, may I first of all inform delegates that I really need to thank Supermap company, because they have fully sponsored this conference. So whatever facilities that we have enjoyed, including seat, lunch, and among session, is to thank the team and the President, Roger Wang, on behalf of the delegation and the RSRS. Thank you very much. Let's clap for them. So let me take this opportunity to welcome Director Charles Tuma to give his remarks and declare the conference officially closed. Thank you. Welcome.
All delegates who have today participated in this workshop, good evening. Good evening again. Okay, mine is small, quite short, because I know you are tired. You know, we are reminded one time there was somebody called Pauli, and he said, exclusion principle. This principle states that when you come in the morning, I looked at each one of you when you arrived here in the morning, and you looked like you really didn't want to sit next to the next person. You only sat alone. You even went to the extent that if you were to sit with somebody, you sat with the one you know, or you suspect you know. You didn't want to mix. But as time went by, I kept to realize that you are now mixing. You are ready to interact, you are ready to have tea together, and you opened up. It was very lively. This is what I noticed. And it is common to any workshop or conference when you go. Now, I look at your body language, plus the eyes, you even want to stay more, although you are tired. That means you have made a very good networking. So you need now to share more. You realize you have gone through a lot of remote sensing, GIS technology. You have gone through, I don't know, Earth observation. You have even moved further and said we can go beyond geo intelligence. This is all with you. But now at this time, this is what you want to carry home. And this is what you want now to share. Because this is what I've seen, that you have a lot of knowledge, you have a lot of work down there, but the problem is to have this type of conference where you share. So I'm happy to stand here on behalf of DRSRS team and say that it is quite impressive that from today, wherever we meet, we'll be able to interact. Let me tell you, the Supermap team when they presented. I looked again at your faces. You are longing for more. I looked at DRSRS when they presented. You are still looking for more. The academia came here and presented. You are looking for more. The private sector, when they were winding up here, private plus civil society, when they were winding up here, you are again longing for more. It's the spirit. I come here to preach. Work together, and once you work together, you have the power. They say information is power. But today, I've heard that technology is also power. When the two are combined, information and technology, even power increases. So can you add in now the human resource element and you see where you'll go? You'll move very, very far. Without having to tie you much, what I know, a river has a source and also a mouth. I've looked, since you came here, you are at the source. You have walked a long journey, and now you are at the mouth. And so mine is to say, I'd like to thank the Supermap group, especially the president, Roger Wang, who was here in person, and he said, I have to give the certificate to myself and sign it. So he witnessed it, and please, wherever he is, go and tell him we thank him so much. The other team members who I can't mention, we would like to thank you so much. And we would like to say, let's meet again. Since we are at the mouth of the river, may I therefore take this opportunity to declare this particular conference we are having for today closed. See.
Thank you, Mr. Charles. I think I won't dilute again. The ceremony now is officially closed, and the delegates will now allow you to leave at your own pleasure. For those of you maybe who want to have a feel of Boma, you can still hang around. I'm one of them. Helen, I think you'll join me. Okay, so thank you very much. See you next time. Thank you.